welcome Kun Pulipat for his opening remarks. Kun Pulipat, the floor is yours.
Yes. Representatives, participants from Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, GRC, OSRL, and PMC, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Marine Department of Thailand, it's my great pleasure to express my warm welcome to all our representatives and participants to the NEBA and SIMA workshop, engaging key local stakeholders effectively to prepare for and respond to an oil spill incident. I would like to emphasize the importance of the Gulf of Thailand, or GOT, in Chad as a vital area of major interest among us GOT countries, namely Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam, of which I express my appreciation to the party dedicated contribution to the cooperation of this sub-region. I also wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the participating organization, namely GIC or SIL and PMC, for their continued support to cooperation activity related to the GOT, and particularly for organizing this exceptional workshop. The purpose of this workshop is to introduce net environmental benefit analysis, or NEBA, and spill impact mitigation assessment, or SIMA, as a concept and preventive tool for inclusive preparation and effective response to oil spill incident by engaging the affected stakeholder and applying comprehensive structure approach. This significant workshop shall be a platform which provides valuable opportunities for participants from every party to exchange and evaluate experience and best practice in order to explore the potential use of NEBA and SIMA. The participants are encouraged to discuss and exchange their inputs on the potential use of this tool, especially in each of their respective country and at the sub-regional GOT level. Therefore, I'm looking forward to the active participation of distinguished attendees. In this occasion, I would like to reiterate that the collaborative effort of all three GOT countries, namely Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam, is vital for an effective response to potential large-scale incidents in the GOT sub-region, our crucial area of mutual interest. Finally, I do hope that this workshop shall accomplish its objective, and I'm truly gratified that our cordial cooperation can robustly continue despite the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kun Pulipat, for your encouraging remarks. For all the participants, before we start the sessions, may I request everyone to turn on their videos for a group photo. Yep. Okay. Again, let me request all the participants show your big smile. We will be having our group photo. Okay, so once everyone is ready, Rod, can take the photo.
Yes. Yeah, everyone. Uh-huh. Jan, can you?
Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you for flashing those big smile. And thank you for turning on your video for that group photo. So before we start, let me, can somebody flash the updated program for today? Right, thank you, John. So the program for today, this will be 3 presentations and 1 exercise scenario. The presentations will be delivered by Oil Spill Response Limited and by GIC. And to all the participants, you can proceed to type in your questions in the chat box as early as now or during the presentations. If you can, please address the questions to a specific individual or organization whenever possible. Questions will be addressed on a first come, first served basis with consideration to the time allotted to the speakers. But don't worry, all unanswered questions will be addressed by the concerned speakers through email after the workshop. So if, for example, your questions were not read or not answered today, don't worry about that. The speakers will be communicating with you or will be sending you the answers through the email. Okay? All right, so without further delay, our first presenter for today is Mr. Lee Naiming, the project manager of GIC, and his topic is on considerations for mutual assistance in oil spill preparedness and response. So Naiming, the floor is yours, sir. You are on mute, Naiming.
Yeah, my apologies for that. Thank you, Norman. So just allow me to share my screen. I hope all of you can see my screen. Right. Mr. Chair, thank you. Distinguished delegates from Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam, and colleagues from PEMSI and Oil Spill Response Limited. Very good afternoon. Before I begin, I would like to thank PEMSI, the Marine Department of Thailand, and Oil Spill Response Limited for the opportunity to present at this workshop. For those among the audience who I have not had the opportunity to meet, I'm Naiming, the project manager for the Global Initiative for Southeast Asia Project, or GIC project in short. To those whom I have met during previous engagements, it's good to see some familiar names and faces. And a little bit about myself, for those who do not already know me, my academic background is in civil engineering with a postgraduate education in disaster and emergency management. And my professional life started with the emergency services in Singapore. I ventured into the world of oil spill response in 2008 and has been in the business since. So this is the agenda I'll cover in the next 30 minutes. Firstly, a quick recap on what the GI program entails for those among the audience who are already aware or familiar with the framework. And for those who are hearing about the global initiative for the first time, this serves to provide a brief introduction. The rationale for the GIC project where we briefly discuss against the context of oil spill risk in this region, following which I'll highlight the structure and remit of the project and our aspiration for the region. And with that as a background, I seek to frame the discussion on net environmental benefit analysis on NEBA around considerations for mutual assistance in oil spill preparedness and response, aligned to the mechanism for regional cooperation agreed upon between the ASEAN member states, with focus on the integration of response planning and operations. And I'll conclude with areas where GIC can collaborate with Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam in particular. So established in 1996, the Global Initiative is a joint program between the International Maritime Organization, IMO, and IPIECA. So we would be familiar with the IMO. And to recap, IPIECA is the Global Oil and Gas Industry Association for advancing environmental and social performance, and the principal channel of communication between the industry and the United Nations. The Global Initiative represents a sustained commitment by industry to address oil spill issues in conjunction with governments based on principles put forth in the International Convention on Oil Pollution Preparedness and Response, or OPRC. Indeed, GI acts as a platform to encourage accession to OPRC, and along with that, relevant international conventions on compensation from oil pollution, namely the Civil Liability, Fund, and Bunkers Conventions. So those from the shipping background will be familiar with these international conventions. Much of the work delivered through the GI platform is focused on capacity building, and this includes workshop, seminar, and joint training and exercises. And while the overarching framework is global, program delivery is done locally and primarily at the national level. So there are a number of GI regional projects currently in place, and this reflects the areas of priority and where there are gaps between risk and the national or regional capabilities. The GIC is the latest addition to the family. The oil spill risks for Southeast Asia have long been identified by industry. These assessments were conducted in 1998 and subsequently updated in 2009 and 2019 respectively. Geographically, Southeast Asia is a distinct maritime region which straddles some of the most important maritime transport and trade routes through the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, the Sunda and Lombok Straits, and South China Sea. The constricted waterways create choke points which are vulnerable to disruption. As well, oil and gas exploration and production poses considerable risk, especially in view of the aging infrastructure in the primary production areas, including the Gulf of Thailand, coupled with the drive towards deep water drilling in the frontier basins. In 2007, the industry commissioned a study on oil spill preparedness in Southeast Asia, which led to an action plan to implement GI in the following year. However, the Global Initiative for Southeast Asia project was only officially launched in 2013. It was initially envisioned that the project would be launched in phases, with initial focus on countries where there is significant oil and gas activities. Subsequently, a decision was made to include all 10 members of ASEAN. And currently, GIC is supported by 5 industry members, which are members of IPIECA. The industry members provide primary funding to sustain the project, with contributions for the IMO for specific activities through its mechanisms on technical cooperation. Strategic guidance is provided by both the IMO and IPIECA. Similar to other GI regional projects, focus is placed on the key elements of oil spill preparedness, namely legislation, contingency planning, cooperation, oil spill resources, and training and exercise. So this is the remit of GIC, the 10 ASEAN member states. I will not run through the countries in detail. This is our home ground, so we should be familiar with the geography. The GIC aspires and envisions to be a trusted and visible partner to the ASEAN member states in oil spill preparedness and response, jointly steered by governments and industry. And our mission is to improve the regional capability in oil spill preparedness and response by strengthening national capacities through industry and government cooperation. The foundation is really the national framework in each country. So that is a very quick overview and background to the GI program and the GIC project. Next, I seek to present the case for net environmental benefit analysis by considering the significance of the concept to mutual assistance in oil spill preparedness and response, and its application to guide the implementation of the ASEAN MOU, which I'll touch on later, and the regional oil spill contingency plan. And further to that, the sub-regional oil spill contingency plan for the Gulf of Thailand. At this juncture, I would like to mention the interface between GIC and the various stakeholders. So the national governments are our key clients, primarily the maritime agencies with responsibility for marine pollution. So in Thailand, we work mainly with the Thai Marine Department. In Cambodia, we work with the Merchant Marine Department, and in Vietnam, we work with Vietnam Marine. Beyond the national level, GIC also engages with the various sub-regional and regional entities that covers various interests and needs. I will explain a little bit more in the following slide. At the regional level, the ASEAN Maritime Transport Working Group, where all 10 ASEAN member states are represented, maintains oversight for the implementation of the ASEAN Memorandum of Understanding of the Cooperation Mechanism on Joint Oil Spill Preparedness and Response, or ASEAN MOU in short, and the Regional Oil Spill Contingency Plan. You will be familiar with the Gulf of Thailand Corporation. It's one of the sub-regional cooperation arrangements listed here. And it's a very long-standing arrangement with emphasis on oil spill preparedness and response. In the interest of time, I will not elaborate the other sub-regional arrangements, but I would like to highlight that this precedes the ASEAN regional framework and naturally present challenges to the integration of the existing structures to the new regime, which I'll touch on towards the end of the presentation. It would be useful to first explain the evolution of the regional framework to its current form. The Oil Spill Response Action Plan, or OSRAP, was initiated by Japan in the early 90s and signed by the 6 ASEAN member states then. However, it did not gain traction as an official ASEAN agreement, in part because of the expanded membership over time. Notably, Japan made significant investments to bolster the response capability in the region through the Oil Spill Preparedness and Response, or OSPAR project, which some of you may be familiar with. Interest in the OSRAP was revitalized in 2009 with strong support from the IMO. And following a renewed effort, the revised MOU was officially endorsed by all ASEAN member states in 2014. And it serves to provide the basis for cooperation and collaboration to enhance oil spill preparedness and response across the region. The ASEAN MOU is largely based on provisions in the OPRC. So the text itself is publicly available through the ASEAN Secretariat. You just need to go to the link and you'll be able to find the ASEAN MOU. I'll not elaborate the details, but I would like to highlight Article 2 within the document on areas of cooperation between the ASEAN member states. In particular, the article requires the development of a regional oil spill contingency plan to cater to incidents where oil pollution affects one or more parties, or where the scale of response exceeds the capacity of any one member state. Under the leadership of Singapore and Malaysia, the regional plan was finalized and adopted in November 2018. A salient feature of the plan is the consideration for a mechanism to enable mutual offer and acceptance of assistance to the extent allowed by the resources of each party. This document remains a framework piece, which where much work is still needed to put it into operations, and so this is still very much work in progress. Fundamentally, the regional plan provides a coordination structure built upon the capacity of each ASEAN member state. It does not replace any national framework, and key to the effective implementation of the regional plan is the development and maintenance of appropriate response capability by each party, commensurate with the risk exposure. The contents of the regional plan are broadly listed here. Given the limited time, I will not elaborate the text. In essence, it encompasses key elements of preparedness and response from the perspective of effective communication and coordination, and mobilization of mutual assistance and response integration. So you will be familiar with the framework for joint oil spill preparedness and response in the Gulf of Thailand between Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam. This is a long-standing arrangement, as previously mentioned. This dates back to 2006 and predates the ASEAN regional framework, which only came into effect in 2014. So for those who are among the audience who have been directly involved in the work of the Gulf of Thailand Corporation, you would have witnessed the progress made in the years since. It is indeed encouraging that a sub-regional oil spill contingency plan modeled after the regional plan has been developed for the Gulf of Thailand sub-region. And as with the regional oil spill contingency plan, the operationalization of the sub-regional plan will not be without challenges. So you can see here, these are the broad headers for the contents in the regional plan. So the plan itself is modeled after the ASEAN regional plan, hence the contents are largely similar. Following the presentation thus far, how does the concept or notion of net and environmental benefit analysis apply to the regional and sub-regional cooperation on oil spill preparedness and response and the provision of mutual assistance? So I would like to first highlight the definition of NEBA. So this is the definition that is widely used in the industry. So net environmental benefit analysis is a structured approach used by the response community and stakeholders during oil spill preparedness planning and response to compare the environmental benefits of potential response tools and develop a response strategy that will reduce the impact of an oil spill on the environment. So the need for a structured and robust approach cannot be overemphasized, and NEBA should be the foundation to building capacity in oil spill preparedness and response. The application of a common approach to NEBA will enable more harmonized policies across the region, with the involvement of a broad range of key stakeholders who may have interests across multiple jurisdictions. Such common understanding provides the basis to strengthen regional integration and interoperability between national agencies with responsibilities in oil spill preparedness and response. And building on the preceding slide, a common approach to NEBA will enable meaningful discussions on the use of options and technologies available in the response toolbox. By this, we are looking at the toolbox as it applies across the region. To provide more context, for instance, the ASEAN Regional Plan contains a subsection which specifically addresses the use of dispersants, given the typical challenges and conflicting opinions on their effects. With regards to the Gulf of Thailand, which is a body of water in itself, it would be ideal to have in place a sub-regional dispersant policy agreed between the countries, so that the tool itself becomes available for use at the onset of any major oil pollution incident within defined conditions. This is where NEBA will serve to guide such policy decisions. A key feature of the mechanism for regional or sub-regional cooperation and mutual assistance on oil spill preparedness and response is resourcing and being able to cascade the required resources subject to the offer made by assisting countries. Again, the application of NEBA will guide the identification of resource needs based on the overall response strategy commensurate with risk. From a broader perspective, it will guide the development of capability across the region and sub-regions to enable cost-efficient mutual assistance without the need for individual countries to maintain excessive stockpiles. And next, on the question of how clean is clean, this is a question that will surface in any discussion on cleanup operations. One of the most significant applications of NEBA is to guide decisions on response termination. It would be ideal if termination criteria can be harmonized across locations with similar sensitivities and features, especially when transboundary pollution impact is likely. This is definitely a consideration for a water body such as the Gulf of Thailand. I would like to use this slide to summarize the points discussed earlier. So what makes an effective response? When we consider these elements, roles and responsibilities, access and availability of information, the prioritization of key sensitivities for protection, access to equipment, access to international support, and communication with the various stakeholders. It would be apparent that net environmental benefit analysis should underscore oil spill preparedness and response at all levels. And I believe you will get better clarity on this after the presentation by OSRL and the exercise which the facilitators will take you through in the later part of the afternoon. And I would like to make an additional note on the need for vertical integration between the contingency plans at different levels: national, bilateral, sub-regional, and regional. This is what we term as the hierarchy of plans. While it is ideal for such integration to occur, it is recognized that the disparity in preparedness and capabilities across the region present inherent challenges. Not forgetting that the national and sub-regional plans precede the regional framework. So there are already existing structures and arrangements in place, which may not actually fall in line with the requirements in the regional plan itself. So there's still quite some work needed in this area. So there is value in having a common approach to NEBA, for it will actually facilitate dialogue between key stakeholders to enable and strengthen integration across the region. So on that note, specifically, what are some areas that GIC can collaborate with states bordering the Gulf of Thailand? At the national level, GIC can support the ratification of key conventions by bringing the required technical expertise to the table, and as well the subsequent implementation of these conventions. Areas of focus would include the definition or enhancement to the national framework, incident management system, and environmental sensitivity method. At the sub-regional level, the areas of focus could include disbursement policy, as mentioned earlier, oil spill monitoring, harmonization of information on environmental sensitivities, and baseline studies, as well as the testing of various response mechanisms as defined in the regional plan. Indeed, the greatest value that GIC adds to oil spill preparedness and response for the ASEAN member states is the access to technical expertise and the invaluable experience of both government and industry. And this is pertinent to the promotion of internationally recognized good practice to address the divergent and emergent issues. So with that, I've come to the end of the presentation. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions. So, Okun, Kokun Kap, and Kamun.
Okay, thank you, Nai Ming, for your insights with regards to the regional cooperation and NEBA. So we have some questions here with you because we still have some time for you. So first question, Nai Ming, is about what do you think would be in a region, Southeast Asia, or maybe in the Gulf of Thailand? What do you think would be a challenge with regards to a common approach in NEBA?
I think the sheer diversity of the region in terms of our history, culture, languages, geography, that in itself will be one of the key challenges to overcome. Because when you look at the region, especially when you consider issues like the use of dispersants, it may be more appropriate to approach it at the sub-regional level rather than the regional level itself. And also considering that the countries are at various states of economic development and as well as oil spill preparedness. So in that sense, it would be difficult to actually bring everyone to the table and get them off on an equal footing. So I think there has to be consideration on how do we bring the different stakeholders to enable meaningful discussion as it relates to NEBA, considering where they are, on the scale of preparedness, capabilities, and so on. So definitely there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and perhaps as mentioned, of course, NEBA has to underscore the whole oil spill preparedness effort, but along with that, there have to be other capacity building efforts and developments along the way as well.
Right. Thanks, Nai Ming. So basically what you're saying is that the issue is, the diversity, I think not only socioeconomically, but also from the environmental perspective, Southeast Asia is a very diverse region. And this diversity poses a great challenge to have a common approach to NEBA. Is that correct? Mimi?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
Norman, thank you for
Yeah, thanks.
summing that up. Yep. Mhm.
Thanks, Amy. And one more, I think there's another question. What do you think would be the industry would play with regards to having this common approach? So the first question was more about the challenges of the region. Now the next question is, if we had those challenges in the region, how would the industry would play a role in making sure that we at least overcome some of these challenges?
I think industry definitely has a lot of experience when it comes to oil spill response as owners of the risk and carriers of the risk as well. So if you look at a lot of the response strategies that are commonly accepted today as good practice, the origins came from the industry. So even the concept of NEBA itself, the concept of SIMA, which always are elaborate, that came from the industry. So from a technical perspective, there's a lot of input that the industry can provide for sure. So the challenge is for the industry to actually reach out to the right people, to have that network and connections with governments. And this is where organizations like OSRL can play a part. And as with today's workshop, for example, and as well the setup like GIC, which brings governments and industry together. And if you look across the region, again, historically, you find that in some countries, there's stronger industry presence. So if you look at the Gulf of Thailand itself, definitely there's a strong presence of industry in Thailand because of a long history of exploration and production. You have a very strong tier 2 setup with the IESG. And then in Vietnam as well, of course, Vietnam started a little bit later than Thailand, but still there is a very established industry presence and framework with the presence of centers like NASOS, for instance, where industry actually plays a huge part. So in that sense, there is definitely a lot of role. There's definitely a lot for industry to contribute in. So the challenge is really for industry to be heard and to be able to engage the government and the different stakeholders at the national, regional, and local levels through the appropriate forums. I think that would be key.
Right. Thanks, Simon. So basically what we are saying is definitely industry plays a part because the expertise, I would say, would lie on the industry. And of course, this expertise should be shared with other governmental agencies for us to have a common understanding of NEBA. Right?
Yes, I think that sums it up quite well. Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. And I think we have one more question before we move on to the next presentation. So we have this question from the chat box from Mr. Komsan. To apply the NEBA concept for pre-spill planning, do we use this tool at a country or sub-region level, or it should be applied at the industry or company level? I think it's a good question. This could be answered by our next presenters, but since this question is already up, I would also ask your insights on this, Naiming.
I think NEBA applies across all the levels. So at the various levels, of course, you are looking at different issues. With industry at the company level, you're looking at more location-specific issues where you operate, because this is where your immediate risks are. At the sub-regional or country level, then of course your concerns are a little bit different. But what would be useful is to have a common approach to NEBA in terms of the process, in terms of how you engage the stakeholders, in terms of the risks that you consider, in terms of how you go about evaluating the various response options commensurate to the risk. And obviously, there has to be some links, as I mentioned earlier on, the integration of plans. So for instance, you talk about dispersant use, then obviously it's guided by national policies or regional policies. Then that will cascade down to the facility or company level. Yeah. And when you talk about certain response options, then obviously you'll be guided by the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, for instance. And this is where the company or facility can actually take preference to what is the policy at the national level.
Right.
So the key is that there has to be that common approach and consistent application of NEBA.
Okay, thanks, Naiming. Yeah, so we hope we answered that question, Mr. Komsan. So basically, NEBA concept, you could apply that at any level, but the main point that what Naiming has mentioned, it must be consistent at all levels when you apply that. So thank you for that question. For all the participants, if you still want to raise questions, you could put that on chat, or if you want, you could raise hand, and then we will acknowledge you. So far, we have no more questions for Naiming. So we will proceed to the next presentation. So as we all know, NEBA and SIMA is such a comprehensive topic. So what we're going to do next is we will be dividing this topic into two parts. The first part will be delivered by Mr. John Buta. He's our spill response specialist and trainer from Oil Spill Response Limited. John?
Hello, thank you, Norman. Hi, everyone. So my name is John Butak, and you can call me John. Right. I will share my screen for now. Yep. So I hope everyone can see my screen. And also, I would just like to say, pardon me for the background noise that you may be hearing, because right now it's really raining heavily on my location. Yep. So before we start, just a reminder, this was already discussed earlier by our moderator. So later also, you can type in the chat box, and please just avoid capital letters so that we won't be misunderstanding when we read our questions or some feedback. And I encourage to please type your messages or questions in the chat box, and we will attend to them as the time permits. My name is John Butak. So the speakers and facilitators, as you see in the slide, are my colleagues also who will present later. So as for me, I have a civil engineering background. I've been working for the environmental service industry since 2008. I was previously an environmental consultant and field engineer doing environmental site assessments and monitoring for groundwater and impact of oil in the soil for the oil and gas industry, especially for petroleum retail stations and refinery and depot, which are distribution sites. Doing reports also for environmental site assessments prior to joining OSRL, which is Oil Spill Response Limited. The OSRL in Asia Pacific is where I joined. I started as a spill responder, undergone training as per our practice in the UK, in Southampton specifically. And as I am working as one of the responders in the response team in OSRL APAC located in Singapore, I've been concentrating with leading our maintenance for the equipment for my response team. And at the same time, doing those means commissioning and repairing of our equipment, making sure that they are response ready. And at the same time, I am also supporting a lot of our preparedness work for the industry and being able to meet different people with different background in the oil and gas industry to teach them, and at the same time demonstrate to them by theory and by practical how we apply oil spill preparedness and response. That is what I do when I was working for the Singapore base. And I've been traveling in different parts of the world also to join different response exercises, which we highly encourage, especially not only in the industry, such as the oil and gas and the shipping industry, but also to our members and even non-members of OSRL. In Australia, in Canada, doing cold weather response training and emergency response training in the national level are really developing us as professionals who are working for response from our organization in OSRL. Also, I've had experiences as consultant when it comes to developing and updating oil spill contingency plans for the industry, and at the same time, tactical response plans in detail. And of course, training response teams for our members on their location. So that's what I usually do in my background. Of course, to further my experience, I've been going to different spill response, such as those spill that happened in Singapore and also in Papua New Guinea, and applying those different response strategies and planning that I developed in my years in OSRL. So that's my background. When it comes to the topic, net environmental benefit analysis and NEBA, and spill impact mitigation assessment or SIMA. We are to raise awareness on NEBA and SIMA and how we can provide guidance in decision-making during an oil spill response. The objectives for this part 1 presentation is to state the principles of NEBA and SIMA, understand the relevancy of SIMA, how it is used, and provide summary later on the part of the overall presentation on this when it comes to the SIMA process. So let's start with environmental benefit analysis. And for this, I would like to show you this video we prepared. It is a short video that talks about the holistic view and explaining the concept of net environmental benefit analysis. Hope you enjoyed the video.
We use oil every day, and not just in our cars. And as this resource is delivered through the oil supply chain, we have to work together to protect our shared values. Shared values such as sensitive ecosystems, local businesses, health and safety, tourism and recreation, and regional industries. The best scenario is to never have a spill. In the event that a spill occurs, there is a process in place to minimize impact to the environment and the community. How can we work together to proactively protect our shared values before an event occurs? The key to minimizing the impact of a spill is to respond quickly by carefully pre-selecting response tools before an incident. We have a navigational guide for selecting the right response tool. We use 4 steps to evaluate 4 factors. We first look at effectiveness. Which tool will remove the most oil? We also evaluate feasibility. Which tool can be physically and safely executed? Understanding the effectiveness and feasibility of response options, we then consider the specific environmental sensitivities and the community impacts. We use the net environmental benefit analysis to determine which tool will minimize impact on the environment and the community. After understanding the effectiveness, feasibility, and environmental and social impacts, we then determine if the response options we've selected comply with regulations. Today, we're going to talk about the work we do to evaluate the environmental and social or community impacts of oil spill response. Net environmental benefit analysis, or NEBA, is a process used by the response community for making the best choices to minimize impacts of oil spills on people and the environment. Before a spill occurs, NEBA requires the identification and prioritization of environmental and community assets based upon environmental sensitivities and social values. Outcomes are predicted by reviewing and comparing previous spill cases, including restoration considerations, to understand potential impacts. During the NEBA process, environmental and social impacts are weighed to determine effective oil spill response tools and balance trade-offs. NEBA also establishes plans and puts pre-approvals in place to support environmental and social values. NEBA, or the net environmental benefit analysis allows proactive pre-selection and planning to inform a response. This improves organization, communication with the community, and plays a critical role in protecting the environment. Help us in achieving our goal of a rapid and unified response by partnering with us before a spill, participating in conversations with industry on a regular basis, joining us for drills and exercises in your community, and supporting efforts to put plans and pre-approvals in place before a spill. Through effective preparation, we can create a quicker and more efficient response together. Protecting the environment requires a speedy response. NEBA makes that possible.
Okay, that was a good video when it comes to describing what a NEBA is. Maybe some of you have heard of the NEBA concept before, and some of you have heard it for the first time. As was presented by Naiming earlier, a perfect description for NEBA, as we source it from the IPIECA IOGP report in 2015, is that it is a structured approach used by the response community and stakeholders during oil spill preparedness, planning, and response to compare the environmental benefits of potential response tools and develop a response strategy that will reduce the impact of an oil spill on the environment. So that is a good summary of the video, 4-minute video you've just seen earlier. NEBA is actually playing a critical role in protecting these shared values. When it comes to the NEBA process, as you've seen earlier, they can be used on every stage of preparedness and response, meaning to say before a spill, during a spill, and even after a spill, when we're doing our post-spill monitoring and making sure that we do restoration for the affected environment or from the oil spill incident. It is a process used by the response community for making the best choices to minimize impacts of oil spill on people and the environment. So that means not only from where we belong in the industry, which are in the oil and gas industry or in the shipping industry, but also if you belong on the environment ministry or department in your government, and even those private and non-governmental organizations. Just a quick trivia for all of you. NEBA was developed in response to the Exxon Valdez incident in Alaska. So there was a big spill in 1989. This is because when some people concluded that steam cleaning oil shorelines produced clean rocks. So they're doing steam cleaning and they are using it to clean the rocks. But they found out that whatever that has been living there on those rocks have been killed. So that is why this NEBA concept was really taken into consideration. We aim to decrease the overall effect of oil on the environment and on the environmental and socioeconomic resources while achieving an acceptable standard of cleanup. So that's the concept when it comes to NEBA. That's what we aim to do. Questions such as what is the benefit? And if you compare it to the damage of cleanup. So in that case, we can weigh what are we going to use for our response strategy. It helps us in planning during preparedness and at the same time guides us on what to do to efficiently respond to the spill when a real spill happened. Question also such as advantages and disadvantages of different spill response options versus natural recovery. Okay, for NEBA, we aim to enhance natural recovery as well, or sometimes we call as natural attenuation, wherein by the power of nature, the nature can clean itself depending on the different weathering and fate of the oil, and at the same time, the factors of the nature that affects that weathering of the oil. Of course, after getting on those questions, we'll ask which option then do we choose? That's when it comes to the basic of the NEBA. We are trying to balance environmental sensitivities, all right, against socioeconomic factors, because most of the time we think of the environmental sensitivities such as the different types of shorelines or the animals and the wildlife that will be affected. But we need to always consider also the socioeconomic factors such as the fisheries and the tourism in order to determine the most appropriate techniques and level of cleanliness. In that way, that's the only time we can say that we've considered it all before we come up with our response strategy. So that's it for the net environmental benefit analysis. Now let's go for the spill impact mitigation assessment, or SIMA. Is this a different concept or what does it do when it comes to the concept of NEBA? NEBA actually, going to SIMA, the SIMA better reflects objectives, decision framework, and shared environmental values. It is ecological, socioeconomic, and cultural. So take note of those three factors that I've just mentioned, because those are what we always consider when it comes to SIMA, and it is an overall approach when it comes to responding to the spill. It removes perceptions of spin associated with the word benefit, right? There's an obvious question that we can ask the industry. We are suggesting and promoting the transition to a new term. That's what we are doing, from NEBA, making it to the new term SIMA. Okay, particularly given that we are emphasizing that the principles have not changed. Okay, so if the principles have not changed, then why do we want to do the transition from NEBA to SIMA? And the two primary reasons for this is, in some people's mind, and even in some jurisdictions, there has only been consideration of ecological factors when considering NEBA. Okay, minimizing ecological impacts to an area is important, of course, but this cannot be divorced or separated from the need to also integrate socioeconomic and cultural aspects into the dialogue and decision making. The SIMA methodology actively promotes an integrated approach for the socioeconomic and cultural aspects as well. Also, there are long-standing concerns about the use of the word benefit in relation to oil spill response. Does it really benefit the environment? Why do we have the word benefit? So removing this word diffuses any perception that NEBA is based on spin and is trying to avoid the reality, such as responsive strategy mitigates the overall damage and it does not provide benefit compared to pre-spill conditions. So that's basically the reason why we are transitioning to SIMA. And principles are unchanged. And so far, from those in the industry and people who are actively working and using this concept, the reception has been really good. The guidance materials, as you can see in the slide deck, they were first captured by IPIECA in the old report series when it comes to the transition from NEBA to SIMA. That series publication is more than 15 years ago. And I want to emphasize that these principles remain in the transition to SIMA. Okay, as part of the IPIECA IOGP Oil Spill Response Joint Industry Project, a refreshed publication on NEBA was produced as Good Practice Guide in 2015. The one report GPG in the middle of the slide deck. That SIMA has been born out of oil company requests, all right, to their associations. So it is a request from the oil company and the request to their associations to provide guidance on how to undertake NEBA. The principles are generally well understood. So in 2017, the IPIECA, which is the International Petroleum Industry Environmental Conservation Association, and IOGP, International Association of Oil and Gas Producers, and the API, American Petroleum Institute, finalized this joint publication on SIMA as a companion to this publication. That's what you see on the 2017 report GPG. SIMA is just one methodology for carrying out a NEBA. Okay, so that's how we also can see how we use the SIMA. Principles of NEBA and SIMA. So these are when the two have a concept of the same. They facilitate transparency and stakeholder involvement, targeting larger and higher consequence of oil spills. They promote full response toolkit. So say, for example, not just for dispersants, but for the response toolkit that are also available, such as at-sea containment and recovery, even in situ burning, inland response. So those are the things that, the response strategies that we will be promoting when it comes to this NEBA and SIMA, and it's not discriminating on any of those response. Integrated ecological, socioeconomic, and cultural considerations is one of the principles of both this NEBA and SIMA. I've been talking about the response options earlier. So let's go for a quick overview on the different response options. A lot of you may have attended remote or practical oil spill response trainings or refresher before. So you will be for sure familiar with the different response options, such as at-sea containment and recovery. Okay, the use of the booms and our different steamers and pumps on the sea in the offshore environment to clean up and at the same time recover the oil spill. This dispersant application, which are both can be applicable for offshore surface and offshore subsea, those big subsea well blowout incidents, for example. So that is an example of offshore subsea dispersant application. In situ controlled burning, shoreline booming, shoreline cleanup, and as mentioned earlier, natural recovery or natural attenuation. The key to minimizing the impact of a spill is to respond quickly by carefully pre-selecting response tools before an incident. All right, so you've seen this before in the video. It's really helpful when it comes to cutting off the time needed and making sure that we are responding to the spill on a timely manner. So different oil spill response options, as you can see here, we have the surface dispersant application using aerial, different things that we can use, such as the fixed wing aircraft, and we can also use helicopter for that surface dispersant application. We can use vessel also, for the vessel spraying of dispersant, right? Another spill response option is the in situ burning. Okay, the shoreline cleanup, as you can see in the photo, the shoreline protection, and the at-sea containment and recovery. So this photo, as you can see, it's actually containing an emulsified type of oil and recovering it at the same time. These different oil spill response options are really, it will become a good process to inculcate it on our contingency planning, meaning to say during preparedness, or I should say peacetime, when there hasn't any spill occurring yet, so that when the spill occurs, we can already quickly respond to it by our pre-selected response options. Now we're going to the SIMA process. Okay, so earlier you've seen there are 4 different stages for the SIMA process. And for my presentation, as part 1 of this presentation, I will be focusing on stage 1 and stage 2. The SIMA process mirrors the 4 stages described in the existing NEBA Good Practice Guide, or the GPG. It is important to note that it is a qualitative process that discourages detailed quantitative analysis, if possible, okay, which can be very time consuming and do not alter response strategy development. So the key phrase there is that it is a qualitative process. In most scenarios, and the choice and prioritization of response options is not a finely balanced question, and more detailed analysis does not alter the outcome. So the SIMA tool provides a transparent methodology that incorporates stakeholder inputs. In terms of community relations and understanding, the dialogue that SIMA facilitates can be as important as response option guidance and the prioritization it provides. Also, as you can see in the slide deck, the SIMA process has 4 stages, and this forms part of oil spill contingency planning, allowing appropriate time and consultations in the case of an incident. And same process can be used either to verify a real incident against a matching planning scenario or adjusting the SIMA input to reflect the realities of the spill. In the case of incident response, the SIMA process needs to be expedited due to time constraints. So it can be used on the preparedness and of course during the response. However, for the response, there are time constraints, so it should be expedited, and with heavier reliance on how can we expedite it, we can rely on expert judgments within an incident management team. That's why we, from time to time, if needed to, we source SMEs or subject matter experts or specialists in different industries. Say, for example, if the spill is predicted to highly impact a mangrove, then we will need to source a mangrove specialist to help us with the SIMA process. Again, although it will be seen that the SIMA methodology involves numerical inputs, later I will show you the SIMA matrix table that we are using. It has numerical inputs. However, these numerical inputs are based on and therefore underpinned by qualitative assessments of impacts and response options mitigation potential. Okay. Stage 1 is evaluation of data. So from the stage 1, we've already seen there's a scenario choice, environmental setting, and spill modeling. That's what we can already do during the stage 1. Okay? If preparedness, we can already think of developed planning. We can already think of a developed scenario, okay, based on realistic planning. You should be able to come up with a credible scenario. What is the environmental setting? How can that spill occur? When it can occur? Which place or which location? And what are the environmental sensitivities that can be affected? The spill modeling is highly recommended because those spill modeling I'm talking about are use of programs such as trajectory modeling or stochastic modeling, which can predict where the oil can go on different directions. If a spill happened on different times of the year or seasons, we can actually do that. And that is inculcated in our contingency planning. If on a response, although there's a time constraint, we can also use that. But this time around, we have to, that time around on the real response, we have to, of course, tailor the use of this stage 1 to that specific realistic spill scenario. For stage 1, we also evaluate the data on ecological, socioeconomic, and cultural resources. We can get this, for example, on our ESI maps, or we can the environmental sensitivity index mapping. We can use common operating picture or COP to determine all of this. Okay. The fate and trajectory modeling from representative spill scenarios are overlaid on data concerning ecological, socioeconomic, and cultural resources to identify the key resources at risk. So that's when we will come out with the resources at risk. In some cases, resources may be listed in the SIMA, even if there is little or no likelihood of their becoming oiled. Okay, why do we do that? Why do we want to list the resources that may be at risk, even though there is very little chance or likelihood for it to be impacted, or there is even no likelihood at all? This is either because the local community needs reassurance that the resource has been considered due to its perceived high value, or because another scenario may be under consideration which risks impacting the resource. When it comes to the data, the spill scenario and information on that, location of the spill, the incident, what happened, is it a collision, is it grounding, collision of different vessels, is it grounding, is it offloading or discharging operations that produces that or that resulted to a spill on the offshore environment or the nearshore environment? What are the oil types, and then the sensitivities and economic resources? As soon as we develop, as soon as we evaluate those data, that will help us in developing our strategy by means of channeling it to which feasible response options we can use. We should identify those response options, applying dispersants or applying in situ burning, depending if it is applicable or not, or if it is allowed or not, at-sea containment and recovery, and so on. Now we will go deeper on the stage 1. We have to determine resource compartments. All right. The SIMA methodology offers a default set of compartments, or just as you see here. There are 8 resource compartments in the comparative matrix, but they may be amended to suit the local setting where the spill happened. There may be a temptation to increase the number of compartments and the level of detail at this point if data is available. However, caution should be exercised because increasing the complexity of the SIMA can become time-consuming. If it's during peacetime, then we have that luxury of time. But if it's not, then it may be time-consuming if we are doing it during the response period. Analyzing resources at greater detail should only be undertaken when it is reliably expected to bring significant change to the SIMA's outcome and alter strategy development. As for those 8 resource compartments, the default setting are seabed, water column, water surface, air, shorelines, high-value resources, specific resources. Examples of those are, for example, birds colony or shellfish areas, oyster farms, fish farms and fish pens. Those are the high value resources, okay? Environmental resources as well. And then we have the socioeconomic and cultural that forms part of those 8 default resource compartments. It is important when we carry out the SIMA to only select the resource subcategories applicable to the situation so that we will come up with an efficient response strategy. Now that we know the important resource compartments, and that's how we are actually using that, okay, we need to take note of the stage 2. Okay, the next stage in the SIMA process is to predict the outcomes, relative impacts on resources at risk. Right. There are 2 parts to this predicting of outcomes. First is predicting outcomes for each scenario using the no intervention case as a baseline. So for stage 2 in predicting outcomes, our baseline will always be if there's no intervention. If we are not going to do anything or any response on the spill, what will happen? So that is our baseline. How much damage will the spill make if there is no response? For each resource compartment, we need to decide whether impact is none, low, medium, or high, which later I will show you an illustration on that to make it more clear. And secondly, evaluating the effectiveness of the feasible response options for each scenario. So those are the 2 things we are doing for predicting outcomes for the stage 2. Okay, using the no intervention case as baseline and evaluating the effectiveness of the feasible response options for each scenario. That effectiveness we also call relative impact mitigation. Response options, we set baseline to no intervention, and this will be given an impact mitigation score against the resource categories. That's why earlier we were saying quantification, but it's not actually based on that, but it's still based on qualitative assessment. Identify potential at-sea response options for a specific area. So as you can see here, the typical potential response options should be the no intervention, such as natural attenuation. That is your baseline. And then the following response options that are feasible for that response scenario will then be considered. How do we do this? All of this will be shown on the next slide. All right, so we're still in stage 2, of course, predicting outcomes. So look at the table here. You can see that we have the resource compartments. All right. Okay, just taking a few of examples of those 8 default resource compartments, and then we have here the no intervention. So later, I will show you how do we get these different codes with letter and numbers. Right, and then on this portion, you will see here the different response options feasible for that specific scenario. From stage 1, okay, we've gotten the resources at risk, environmental setting, and spill trajectories. By then, we're able to identify the resource compartments. Okay, again, from stage 1, we can now assess relative impact to each resource compartment for no intervention. Okay, so that is the table that I was mentioning earlier. This table here for no intervention gives us 2 parts, the relative impact and the number associated with it. If it's no or insignificant impact, if we don't do any response and still there will be no or insignificant impact to the environment then or to the socioeconomic and cultural aspects, then the number is 1, low impact is 2, medium impact is 3, and high impact is 4. That's what you can see here on this portion here. Okay. And then from stage 1, the response options are there. Right, so that's how it's considered. So for the different resource compartment, we have their different descriptions and relative impact. Well, as you can see, we have a lot of descriptions for this. Okay, say for example, in the water column, we have the description for that, which is the upper 3 to 5 meters of water column for surface spills. So that is specifically described there. So we now know what water column means in that term. So for subsea release, the water column that we're talking about is the vicinity of the oil plume. And for the relative impact, what is the degree to which species residing in the water column are impacted on the dissolved concentrations and toxicity of oils, more soluble components. So those are the relative impact on that. That's the mindset that we should be having so that we can have a qualitative assessment for the water column. Same goes for the water surface. You see the biota that inhibit the water surface are the seabirds, marine mammals, such as dolphins, sea turtles, kelp, and sea grasses. And this talks about the relative impact also, such as for water surface, oil spill that covers large area, thus affecting potential significant numbers of biota may warrant high relative impact. So later in the, earlier in the table, you saw their high, medium, low, and even the no or insignificant impact. So if we satisfy this condition that the oil spill covers large area affecting potential significant numbers of biota, then it requires or warrants high relative impact. So as we go along with this, of course, we can see from the industry the provision of this different resource compartment table, including the description and relative impact, such as the shoreline, the socioeconomic, and of course, cultural. So for the cultural, what do we mean by cultural? These are the specific description. Sacred land areas, ancient buildings, or artifacts. This can happen in different countries, such as in Papua New Guinea, wherein I keep on going there from on regular basis because of the work I'm doing there to support their preparedness capability. One of the area there is a big lake, okay, Lake Kutubu, they call it, in the highlands. And that Lake Kutubu has a big sacred meaning to them because of their culture and because of their belief. All right, some of us may not understand why do they believe that, but that's present in most of their population living there. And we have an onshore pipeline running proximate to that Lake Kutubu, which when spill happens, it can be affected. So that will form that will give a good example of our cultural description when we do the SIMA process. So for stage 2, predicting outcomes, we need to assess the degree of impact and extent. Okay. And at the same time, this is how we form that table earlier about no intervention. So for for letter A, we assess degree of impact and extent. And you can see those different parts of the table wherein it talks about percentage of regional population present, greater than 50%, 20 to 30%, or less than 20%. And then the level of exposure. Again, this is qualitative assessment. And then from letter B, that table talks about after you do the assessment on A, letter B is factoring against recovery potential to assess relative impact. That's how we can come up with the relative no intervention table earlier. So an example is if we, for example, have a level of exposure as medium and affecting more than 50% of the regional population present, then we get high for letter A for assessing. And then for factoring against recovery potential to assess relative impact on letter B, on the next table, we assess that the recovery period will take greater than 1 to 3 years for an example of a salt marsh compartment. So we're talking here about a salt marsh. Huh? So once we get that, then we can already, from the use of the table, say that we get a high impact. Okay, so that's how we do it in stage 2. So it is something that we need to practice using, and at the same time, very interesting because we need to be familiar with these 2 different tables, the letter A and the letter B table, so that we can come up with that relative impact. So for the example of this salt marsh compartment, it is high impact. That is the end of my part 1 presentation.
Yes, thank you, John, for that comprehensive discussion on the first parts of SIMA. So quick question with you. I think we still have a bit of time. So it seems that the SIMA that you're describing, the resource compartments that you're describing, it seems to me, or it seems to the participants, that it looks like it's more for an offshore spill or an offshore event. So I think one of the questions that we could ask is this SIMA approach would also be applicable if, for example, a shoreline has already been affected by an oil spill, could you still apply SIMA?
Yes, the answer is yes. We can still apply SIMA based on the concept of the NEBA SIMA, as you mentioned earlier. First of all, when it comes to the period, we can use this SIMA process before, during, and after a spill. And then we are considering feasible response options. So shoreline cleanup is an example of a feasible response option. And to even advance to that question, we have different tactics that we can do for a shoreline cleanup, such as manual recovery, use of labor and manpower, mechanical recovery using different mechanical equipment such as backhoes and front payloaders and dump trucks. Those are an example of the tactic that we can use on shoreline cleanup. And we can even use the SIMA process on that response option to get which we can to evaluate those different tactics on that response option as a in the shoreline cleanup.
Right, that's a good point, John. So basically, I could use SIMA not only on offshore sort of scenario, but also if the oil has hit the shoreline, then I could still use the SIMA. So thank you for that. But the question is, will the resource compartments be changed because you're now already in the shoreline?
Oh, when it comes to the resource compartments, we should tailor it based on the localized spill situation. So yes, we need to change it, but we have to make sure that even though that is already affecting the shoreline, its way of getting onto the shoreline can affect different environmental sensitivities also. Say, for example, in the shoreline, there can be near shore sensitivities such as shallow coral reefs or different sea grasses, or there may be areas where there are a lot of dolphins. So we should consider that as well.
Right. So basically, resource compartment could be changed depending on the scenario that we have, right? So for example, offshore versus shoreline.
That's right. That's why this is very interesting, Norman, because this will bring a lot of brainstorming for us, and a lot of experts will have give their inputs and give a lot of significant output on using this SIMA.
All right, thanks, John. All right, so we encourage our participants to ask questions. So if you have some questions, please feel free to type your questions in the chat box, and we will answer those during or after the presentation. So that's all the questions I have so far, John, for your part. So we will continue on with the part two of the NEBA and SIMA topic. Okay, wait for a while. We have a raised hand from one of our participants, Falia. I hope I read your...
Fala.
Yeah, Fala. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, John. We will meet each other again. John, will you remember me?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm Pala from Cambodia. I have a question to John. And thank you, John, for presentation, clear presentation. For when incident happen, we use both NEMA and SIMA, or we can use it instead of each other. We can use one and we don't use another. If like SIMA is the latest approach, why we still use NEMA and NEBA? Because it seems to be like the NEMA is the previous approach, and the SIMA is just the update one. Why we still use NEBA in this context of oil spill response? Thank you.
Yes, first of all, Pala, nice to meet you again. Okay, Pala, just a point to remember is that SIMA is one of the methodologies that is used for the concept of NEBA. So they are the same, their principles are unchanged. It's just that when we use the SIMA process, we are talking more on details when it comes to the environmental sensitivities and those resources at risk. When you're using SIMA, you're definitely using the concept of NEBA.
Okay, thanks for that question. Right, so basically it's the, I think what you're saying, John, is that the process is the same, concept is the same, but in the SIMA process, it's more qualitative because you are putting some sort of scores. Is that correct, John?
Yes. I would thanks for emphasizing that.
Right, thanks. All right, so thank you for those questions. So let's continue on with the presentation. So the second part of the NEBA and SIMA will be presented by Mr. Danny Tawirat Bates, our logistics and spill response specialist from Oil Spill Response. So Danny, please go ahead.
Thank you, Norman. Let me just share my slide real quick.
Okay, I think Danny is experiencing some technical difficulties. So Danny, are you ready? Right, okay. So we can see your screen is up now. Go ahead, Danny.
I think my computer went through a minor crash, but everything seems to be good now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect, I'll continue. Thank you very much. Thank you, Norman. Thank you, John, for the first part. As Norman mentioned, my name is Tawirat Bates, but my nickname is Danny, so please call me Danny. It's so much easier to pronounce. I've been in OSRL for about 3.5 years now. I started off as a oil spill responder, but then I realized I wanted to get into something more specific. So when a window of opportunity opened up for me to move into logistics, I took it. So my current role now and my title is Global Logistics Specialist. So I'm looking at the logistics of all our emergency response procedures. I also look at the logistics of moving equipment, of moving people, and also work with our internal departments on the internal logistics processes and also the preparedness work that requires any logistics input. But that doesn't mean that I am not part of the response team anymore. No, I'm still very much integrated with the Singapore response team. So I still attend exercises, training, spills, and all that, which puts me in the position today where I can still talk about NEBA and SIMA, even though it's not that much a focus on logistics, okay? And another bonus point is that I can understand Thai. So later when we go to our breakout rooms, if you converse in Thai or talk to me in Thai, then I 90%, 80% can understand it, okay? All right, so I'll be covering the next two stages of NEBA and SIMA. So stage 3 and stage 4, which is balance trade-offs and select the best options, okay? After that, I'll also be looking at a work example so you have a clearer understanding of how to apply the SIMA process when you're given a spill scenario, and then ultimately choose the best response strategy. So just a quick recap from what John went through. Stage 1 is the identification of resources and response options for a given scenario. All resources that could be affected by an oil spill, such as the ecological resources, the socio-economic resource, and any cultural resources will be identified in stage 1. Once you get all those identified, then you would then move on to identifying the most feasible response options for the scenario as well. Stage 2 is, it covers the relative impact of the spill on each resource that we have identified in stage 1. That means that we assess how these resources would be known, assess how these resources would be affected, okay? We did not apply any response option, also known as no intervention, as John has mentioned. Okay, so this is the baseline. We have to do stage 1 and stage 2. and then we can move on to stage 3. So I'll continue where we left off, and then we will talk about stage 3, which is balance trade-offs. So balance trade-offs states that the dialogue with key stakeholders provides the opportunity to explain potential trade-offs or to obtain new inputs on resource sensitivities and value. So this might be a little wordy, but just to put in simple terms, it's to have a conversation with all the stakeholders together to discuss the priority of the resources and how each response option would affect each resource, okay? The total impact mitigation score and ranking for each response option is agreed. So this just refers to how the SIMA method is able to rank the different response options analyzed and assist with picking what response options we should go with for a given scenario. Okay, and this is shown by a numerical value, and you'll be able to see this very soon. So this is a full picture of how a SIMA tool may look like. Previously, during John's presentation, you probably came across a few snips of this, but now you get to see the tool in its entirety. Since we are on stage 3, stage 1 and 2 have already been completed, okay? So this means that the resources in the resource compartment here has already been filled out in stage 1. The response options up here has already been filled out in stage 1. And then stage 2 have already looked at filling in the no intervention column, okay? Stage 3 now looks at the considerations of the environmental setting, the resource sensitivities, and the different response options. So this is where stakeholder communication and dialogue is very important. To look at all these considerations, you must have stakeholders in different fields, different areas, to provide their input in the decision-making process. For example, if we had a spill that was about to, there's a potential for the spill to affect a fish farm, then we would want a representative of these fish farms to be part of the discussion. If they're not there, then the priority of like looking at the fish farm may be downplayed or even overlooked. So the first thing to understand is that there are 2 columns for each response option. Okay, so this is these 2 columns right here: the impact modification factor column and the relative impact mitigation score column. Okay, the first column is filled by us. Okay, so this is filled by a scoring of +3 to -3. And I'll explain what each number means shortly. Okay, the second column is a formula, which is basically taking the numbers we filled in the first column and multiplying it with the numbers that we put in stage 2. So as you can see, column A, column B1. So this column would be A times B1. So this is how you get this number. All right, so just to explain it step by step, first you pick the response option to fill out. So let's pick containment and recovery response option first. And then highlighted here, you can see that you will fill out the response options first column, impact modification factor, okay, from a score of +3 to -3. And this is where the discussions become important because you all have to collectively agree on what scoring you should put down. Secondly, you repeat the same process with all the identified response options. As you can see here, we're also going to do the same for surface dispersants, controlled in situ burning, and shoreline booming. Okay, so all the numbers are filled. Thirdly, you can also see that once the numbers are filled, they get totaled up at the bottom here. Okay, so this total is basically just an addition of all the numbers in the second column for each response option. Now, what do these numbers tell us? So these numbers indicate what response options would be preferable and can help us when we come up with a response strategy. It can help us pick the group of response options that we want. Okay, so what's this saying? That the higher the number, the more preferable it is. So in this case, as an example, 32 over here is the highest number. So that would be the most preferable option. Okay, now it's important to note here that the number itself is a qualitative measure. There's no mathematical relationship between all the numbers. For example, if you had a response option with 20 and you had another with 10, it does not mean that the one with 20 is 2 times better than the one with 10, okay? But just keep that in mind. It's just to assist you with picking the best response option later. Okay, so I hope you're still with me. It might be a little bit confusing, but the tool is actually very, very simple to use, and you will understand it better when I work through the example with you and then when you do it yourself for the exercise, okay? So as said before, I'm gonna explain the ranking of +3 to -3, okay? So what these numbers are trying to tell us is how effective a response technique can be to mitigate the impact of an oil spill. So as mentioned previously, this score is given to each response technique in correlation with each resource. So the table on the right gives a scaling of how a response technique would affect each resource. 3 being the best. Okay, so if you put 3, it shows that this response technique will be very beneficial in mitigating the impact of the spill for that resource. On the flip side, -3 is the worst one. So if you put -3 there, it means you think that if you use this response strategy, it's actually going to cause further harm to the resource and present additional impact. So just to get you to understand this, I'd like to ask just a question for you to answer in your heads, okay? So how do you think this would negatively impact a resource? For example, if there was an oil slick on water, okay, there's an oil slick on water, the water is quite shallow, and it's right above a coral reef. And then you're analyzing right now the response option of applying surface dispersants onto the oil, okay? So that is the scenario. So in the SIMA table, you've got on the left, you've got coral reef, and the response option is surface dispersant. So in the impact modification factor, what number do you think that would go in that little cell? So if you are thinking negative, then you are correct, because as how dispersants work, it breaks down the oil on the surface of the water. It goes down, and then if the water is too shallow, it can hit the corals and then actually be damaging to the coral. So applying dispersant can actually cause further harm to the resource. So that's why it's a negative. Now, just to understand, again, how the same scenario could be positive, think of another resource instead of coral reefs. So think of maybe a hotel on a shore, okay? It's a hotel that generates lots of income for the country, about 1 or 2 kilometers away on the shore. And we're still applying the dispersants to the oil slick 1 or 2 kilometers away from the shore. So what do you think would be the impact modification factor here if the resource we're looking at is the hotel? If you are thinking positive, then you are correct, because if you manage to get rid of all the oil out at sea before it reaches the shoreline, then it would greatly benefit the hotel, okay? So as you can see, even though the response option is the same, we're using surface dispersants. It could be negative for some resources, but it can also be positive for others. So stage 4 now is fairly simple. Okay, we have discussed this already, is choosing the best combination of response options to select an appropriate response strategy. So how do we do this? We look at the scores below. Okay, so I've already described this before. The higher the number, the more preferable the option would be. So for the same example, as you can see here, 32, the ranking is first, okay? And I guess you can look at the worst one as well, which is 15, and the ranking would be fourth. And it's important to emphasize again, this is a qualitative prediction, okay? There's no mathematical relationship between the numbers. So that's it, very simple for stage 4. Just looking at the results to help you choose the most appropriate response strategy. But it's also very important, okay, that you do not ignore the possibility of just monitoring the spill. In some scenarios, it may be best not to apply any response options at all, especially if this comes out negative. It means it's pretty bad, right? So if it's negative, what do? Well, some other options you can do is just monitor the spill, maybe let natural recovery do its job, right? For example, to help you understand this, a mangrove forest, very sensitive. If oil reaches a mangrove forest, it can suffocate the mangroves, right? And if you go in and start cleaning, start doing any work in the mangrove forest, it could cause further harm to the mangroves. So what do? You might just want to sit back and then monitor it and then see how it can recover on its own, all right? So quick recap, we have stage 1. Stage 1, okay, we look at the resource compartments and we look at the response options identified in stage 1. Stage 2 is no intervention. Stage 3 is that we fill out the numbers from +3 to -3 to get the total score, total impact mitigation score at the bottom. And then we look at the final score and then we can rank them based on that, okay? Straightforward. Okay, so I'll go through an example now, just to understand how you can apply the 4 stages of the SIMA process. So here's an example scenario. Okay, let's say there is a tanker collision and there is a spill of 1,000 tons of Group 2 oil here. You can see this at the black spot. It is moving left towards this area here. So that's the scenario. So you can see from this map also that there's lots of sensitivities here, lots of sensitivities. So this map is generally more detailed than this. This is just a simplified version, but the detailed map would be called an ESI map, which I think is called Environmental Sensitivity Index map, okay? And a lot of the times these maps could be found from the relevant government agencies. For example, in Singapore, we have NEA, National Environmental Agency, which also gives us these maps. You can search up for these maps for all the coastal areas around Singapore. So these maps are very, very important when you want to use the SIMA method to analyze a scenario. So before we start with applying any of the stages, we will have access to a SIMA matrix, okay, or a SIMA tool template. Now, this is what it looks like on your screen right now. You can see it's just like the examples I've seen before when I was explaining stage 3 and stage 4 of the SIMA process. This tool has some guides, some legends to assist you with the decision and the numbers you're going to put into the table. Okay, very simple. We've already explained what these mean. So it's just an empty template. So now we start with stage 1. So in this stage, we need to fill out the response compartment and response option parts of our SIMA matrix, right? So the left and the top bit. So from this map, just have a quick think and the direction of the oil. What are some potential resources that are at risk? Okay, what are some of the potential resources that are at risk? So as you can see, the oil is moving to the left. So we're looking at this area here. So the potential resources that are at risk could include the important shorebird colony, the fishing area over here that's nearer to the spill. And also there's an island here, so we can include island shoreline as well. So now what are the response options that you can choose? Part of stage 1 is still you need to pick the feasible response options. So John briefly mentioned the different response options before, but you can pick containment and recovery, which those of you who are not that familiar is just bringing out vessels into the sea, having booms, collecting it, and then pumping the oil out with a skimmer. We also have the use of surface dispersants through the means of a vessel or aerial dispersant. in situ burning, which is the burning of oil. And also we have shoreline buoy as well, okay? So once you finish stage 1, you would fill it in to the matrix here. As you can see, we took out subsea dispersant because it's a tanker collision. We don't need subsea dispersant use. So just 4 response options and all the resources here. So once you're finished with stage 1, we move on to stage 2, which is the no intervention bit. And over here, you fill out what John mentioned from insignificant impact to high impact. Okay, so the numbers will range from 1 to 4, and you can fill that out based on the discussions with the stakeholders in the meeting. Stage 3 would fill out the remaining parts of the table, which is for each response option, the impact modification factors and the relative impact mitigation score. Okay, so just to give a brief example of why these numbers are put in, we can just take a quick look. Let's just take a quick look at surface dispersant. Okay, let's look at surface dispersant and let's look at water surface. So if we apply surface dispersants to the oil, how would it impact the water surface? We're going to say that yes, dispersants are actually very effective means of removing oil from the water surface. So that would be a 3, right? Major mitigation of impact. Okay, same for air, because if the oil is removed from the water surface, there wouldn't be as much evaporation and the oil wouldn't harm the air that much. So you're actually causing a major impact to the air in a positive way. And same with the shoreline, because if you apply dispersants and then you disperse the oil at sea, then you don't have to worry about it hitting the shoreline. But then if you look at fishing area here, it's negative because the fishing area was quite near the spill, right? So if you apply dispersants in the oil, it can both be harmful to the fishes in the fishing area. That's why it's negative here. And then as you can see, the totals are calculated below for all the response options. Okay, so that's just an example. And lastly, stage 4, you can rank the different response options. And you can see here that the best would be surface dispersants and so on and so forth. All right, so that is how you apply the SIMA process. And that is just a worked example of a very, very simple scenario. Some quick additional notes before I finish is that this SIMA, we described this earlier when John was answering a question. He did say that the SIMA tool could be used for, let's say, shoreline cleanup. So this is what he meant. The resources could be changed based on what's the resources at the shoreline, and the response options could now be narrowed down to actual shoreline cleanup techniques. Okay, so this is a SIMA tool where it's scaled down to a specific area. So that shows the flexibility of this tool. Another quick note is that if you have subcompartments here, so our example only had 1, so it wasn't that good at showing this, but if you look here, we have many subcompartments under socio-economic, for example. You want to average them out, because if you don't, there will be some bias towards the resources. So you average them out to avoid this being disproportionately biased, okay? And just a quick wrap up for mine and John's session, actually. So you should now be able to state the principles of NEBA and SIMA. So John has explained the differences between the two, how NEBA is sort of an, SIMA is a methodology of NEBA, sorry. Yeah. And then you understand the relevancy of SIMA as well. So how SIMA could be used for the different scenarios. Understand how SIMA is used. So understand the process of using the tool and the 4 stages of SIMA. And also you might be able to now provide a summary of the SIMA process and how it could be beneficial to analyze a spill. Okay, so that's it for my part of the presentation. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions now.
Yep, thanks, Danny, for that. So we have a number of questions for you. let's start with this question. And I think this goes to the positive and negative numbers. I think this is the impact modification factors. So the question here is positive or negative. So how would you justify the level of impacts, you say, for minor, moderate, or high?
Sorry, can you repeat that question, please, Norman?
So it's either positive or negative, but how would you justify the level of impact for minor, moderate, or high? So what are the justifications? I think the question here is, how would you say that this would be a minor impact, a moderate impact, or a high impact? So what would be your basis?
Are you talking about the impact modification factors ranging from -3 to 3?
Right.
Yeah, so we're using a scale there, but the actual decision of what number to put in will have to be discussed with the stakeholders at the time. Like I explained before, if it was +1 and +3, what's the difference? So +3 would show that it is really, really good. For example, the example I gave with the surface oil, if you apply dispersants, we know that dispersants is a really effective means of getting rid of oil on the water surface. So that would be a really, really good positive impact. So that would be a +3. If you pick, for example, containment and recovery, we know that the method, the containment recovery method, is not that effective. It can probably pick up about 20–30% of the oil inside the on the water. So that's where you wouldn't put a +3, but it's still positive regardless. So you would put a 1 or maybe a 2 if you're really deploying that method. Does that answer the question, Norman?
Yeah, I think so. And I think you have mentioned the importance of having stakeholders to assist on the justification. Is this correct? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it's very important to have stakeholders there to discuss it. Yeah.
Right. Basically, the experts would also assist. So for mangroves, you need a mangrove expert to really tell you whether the impact would be minor, moderate, or high.
Yes, of course. Different agencies that they feel that could join, please do, because it's always best to have more heads, more brains working at this, even though sometimes it can cause conflict. But the more knowledgeable someone is on a topic that can help with prioritizing resources, it would be really beneficial. And it's also good to have maybe OSRL staff in there, you know, the oil spill specialists or the technical advisors that know the process, know the different response options and how they work, and provide, you know, beneficial input that way.
Right. So we hope we answered that, Kun Sutat. So basically, we need those expertise to really provide us the justification level, whether the impact is minor, moderate, or high, or whether the impact mitigation will be positive or negative. One more question, Danny. So just to confirm understanding, so to apply SIMA, so after we have identified the worst credible scenario, evaluate data, then we just have to repeat stage 2 and 3, 4 for each of the scenario. So is this correct? So that means different scenario, you would do different SIMA for each scenario. So basically, I think that's that's the question.
That is talking about, let's say, a peacetime spill. In preparedness work, you wouldn't just pick one scenario, because an oil spill could be, if you model an oil spill, it can go anywhere. It can go like north, east, west, any direction. And the sensitivities it impacts would be different based on where the oil spill location is and the direction it's moving. So that's why for each different scenario, you have to look at making a separate SIMA analysis.
All right, thanks. So we hope we answered that, Kun Komsan. So definitely for each scenario, you can do the SIMA process. From another one from Kun Walok, in performing NEBA and SIMA, should we have full blown to get all stakeholders involved from the beginning, or what way it should be done?
Okay, so if I'm assuming you're talking about using NEBA and SIMA during spill time.
I think this one would be either peacetime or spill
time. Then the answer would be, of course, yes. It's always best to have stakeholders involved since the beginning, because then you don't miss out anything when you make the baseline, and then the numbers will be skewed towards the end.
Yeah, so Kun Walok, definitely, just to summarize what Danny mentioned, NEBA and SIMA, definitely would be good to have the stakeholders involved, mostly in the peacetime. We would recommend because it's not going to be hectic. And when you do the SIMA and NEBA in the spill time, it's like too late already. So make sure you do all of these things in peacetime. So thank you for that. I think later on, there's a question on the summary or the table of NEBA and SIMA. Please share. I think on the chat box, we have shared already the presentation. So please download all the presentations with regards to this workshop. You can find the link in the chat box. So thanks, John, Danny, and Naiming so far. So we have been listening to these engaging speakers for quite a while now. So I think this is a good time for us to take a break. So stretch out, get some coffee or tea, and reflect on the topics delivered by the presenters. And please do come back to your stations by 3 p.m. So let me repeat, please come back to your stations by 3 p.m. and we will continue with our breakout discussions. Okay, it's 3 p.m. Welcome back. Hope you had a good break. So can everybody just show a quick show of your virtual hands to indicate that you're back in your stations? Quick show of hands, or you can turn on your video. Either way, it should be good. Okay, thank you. So for those who has given me the thumbs up or show their hand, virtual hand, thank you. How are the others? Right. So we see a lot have on their video. Thank you for doing that. Right. So welcome back. So as you can see, I think there are some good discussion, good questions in the chat box. And please take note that on the chat box, Mr. Naiming has also provided his answers to some of your questions. So thank you, Naiming, for that. So we will continue on with our session. So to complete the experience of this NEBA and SIMA, actually, this is one of the topics that is best being done rather than being talked about. So to complete this experience, Oil Spill Response Limited designed a simple scenario for all of the participants. And to talk about the scenario and talk about the assigned groups for this scenario, we have Mr. Matthew Law from Oil Spill Response Limited, the duty manager and team lead from OSRL, to talk about the scenario and the assigned groups for this scenario. So Matt.
Thank you, Norman. All right, so by now you should be able to see my share screen. And very good afternoon to all the participants of today's workshop once again. And just to recapitulate what we have been talking about for the earlier part of today, my colleagues John and Danny have given us a very good overview of the NEBA and also the SIMA processes. And of course, we have been talking about how we can employ these tools to facilitate our planning for oil spill response in terms of identifying strategies, which will then be in turn used to formulate the tactics and also the way we do the deployment to actually respond to an oil spill. But as my colleague Norman has also been talking about, we can talk about it all day, but really the best way to drive across that level of understanding is by getting participation from all of our attendees today. In doing a simple exercise. So that is what we will be doing in this last section of today's workshop. So I will have the pleasure of introducing this exercise to you. So what we will be doing today, okay, we will be working with a fictitious oil spill scenario. Okay, it's going to be a fictitious area, geographical area. And of course, we are going to have a fictitious scenario and an incident which we are going to respond to. We are going to exercise the SIMA process for the purpose of oil spill preparedness. And just to break down the tasks that we will be involved in today, firstly, we will identify resources at risk. Next, we will gauge the level of impact of a no intervention response, taking into account the impacts of the oil spill should it occur in the event that we take no actions to respond to the oil spill. In other words, taking no response actions that would affect the oil. Next, we will gauge the positive or negative impacts. In other words, the impact modification factor. We will gauge the impact modification factor of the oil spill response options that we are assessing for today. And finally, we will identify the preferred oil spill response strategies that should be put on standby in the event of a release of oil. And once we have done that, the next step, which we will do in real life, would be logistical planning and deployment tactics. We will formulate all of these actions according to the identified strategies. That is what we will do in real life, but that is out of scope for this exercise. Okay, so that will take even more time, and we can do that perhaps in a different workshop on a different day. So with that, I will start to talk about the scenario for today. So firstly, let me introduce you to the locality of Tiba and Betina. And this is a very beautiful environment. Obviously, it is fictitious. As you can see, Tiba is the mainland. On the left-hand side, Betina is in the form of a small island off the coast of Tiba. You can see a lot of sensitivities around the area, which are labeled in color. So the red color is basically coral reef. So there's a little bit of a barrier reef along the coast of Betina. These little orangey areas are sandy beach. Okay, and in addition to that, we have Marine National Park. This is a marine national park over the coral reef area off the southern coast of Betina. Over at the top side, you can see that we have Rondo marshes. Okay, these are wetlands, sensitive wetlands, designated as a Ramsar site. Ramsar site is basically a site that is recognized under the International Convention of Wetlands of International Importance. So it's a it's a sensitive area recognized internationally. And also an interesting feature over the top towards the right hand side, you can see a submerged fortified city, which is as old as approximately 500 years before Common Era. And so that is a designated protected archaeological site. In terms of human population, we can see the town of Schlepo, which is on the mainland of Tiba, and that will have most of our logistics. And there is also a refinery towards the south of Schlepo. So again, this is a fictitious locality, purposefully with a lot of environmental sensitivities and high value sensitivities that we are going to be using for our scenario today. And our scenario today is in this beautiful environment, there has been a vessel casualty. Basically, a vessel has gone aground at Center Rock. Center Rock is somewhere on the middle of this chart. Okay, and I'm highlighting it right now. You should see a flashing symbol at Center Rock. That is where the vessel has actually grounded. Now I will talk about the specifics of the scenario and of the incident. So that vessel, okay, let's call it tanker MV Energy 1, at 5 a.m. this morning at that location of Center Rock. They have given out a message, and the message is that the vessel has run aground on Center Rock. And at present, the vessel is stuck fast on an outcrop of rock by the bow, and it is not possible to check for damage to the bow section at this time. At the time of reporting, and at this time, there is no oil spill reported, though the vessel is carrying a large amount of HFO and also medium crude oil. There are no casualties to the crew. So that is the incident which we are faced with. Fortunately, there is no oil spill yet, but that presents us with the opportunity to do preparedness in the event that an oil spill occurs from this grounded vessel. So a few assumptions that we will be making for the purpose of this exercise. Firstly, prevailing monsoon conditions, which is happening right now, is making it unsafe for salvage to commence immediately. So the vessel is going to be stuck there for quite some time. It is anticipated that it will be months before the salvage can be completed. So basically, we have no easy way out. The vessel is going to be stuck there, and we have to plan for a potential oil spill response. Second assumption, while there is no oil spill currently reported, stochastic oil spill modeling has been done for this season, And unfortunately, the oil trajectory modeling shows the oil heading towards the coastlines of Tiba and Vietnam with anticipated high level of impact. Okay? In other words, high exposure is expected up and down the coast of Tiba and Vietnam. Third assumption, there are no available oil spill response resources in country, and the resources will have to be brought in from a response base in a neighboring country. So we are starting with a blank slate. And finally, in the absence of specific details, obviously in a real life scenario, it's very dynamic. There may be lots more fine details and information that you may have to take into consideration. But for the purpose of this exercise, other than all of these assumptions and scenario that has been given to you, in the absence of specific details, please take reference from your own experiences and share within the group. So right now, we will be going into our breakout groups. My colleagues and myself as well will be helping to facilitate the different groups. And this is again the list of activities that we will be working with today. So let's take some time, go on to our breakout groups. Our facilitators will talk you through the process, and we look forward to some healthy discussion around the process. And then we will reconvene back in this room to summarize what we have done and the results that we have come up with during our breakout sessions.
Yes.
Yep.
Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon. Would like to say I'm delighted to see Trey and Pala again also after attending your oil spill response remote courses. Okay, so yeah, this is a new dimension of the oil spill response preparedness that we can actually learn from and practice as we go on developing our oil spill contingency plans, especially for Cambodia. Right. Okay, I was informed that Pala will be the one to be the rapporteur for our discussion later. Am I right, Pala?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yep, thank you. Let me just help in opening first our scenario before we go on with our discussion. Or what, huh? Scenario PDF. Okay, I'm going to share my screen now. All right, so I'm just using one screen for now, and I hope you can already see it. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thanks. So this is the PDF version of our spill scenario. Okay, identify resources at risk, gauge the impact of a no intervention response, saying, for example, there's no response options or actions that would affect the oil. That's the no intervention response. That is also what we mean by potential relative impact if we do no intervention. I hope you're all interested with the new terms that we are learning for today, okay? And once you've practiced or from time to time use this SIMA process, for sure you'll be more familiar with it and it will be more exciting to use it. Impact modification factor is when we already apply our feasible response options that we identified for responding to the spill, okay? This is the Tiba and Bettina. Do you all got a link for this so that you can look into your own devices, this Tiba and Bettina map?
Yes, we get
Okay,
it by the chat.
Okay, good. Thanks for that. Okay, our scenario is this run aground? So there's a grounding incident on Santa Rock. Okay, so the oil that we're talking about is carrying large amounts of HFO and medium crude oil. So this is heavy fuel oil and medium crude oil. So you can already see which type of oil or which group of oil are we dealing with. All right. So just looking at this map here, I will make it a little bit bigger for presentation purpose. You can see here the Santa Rock, the one with the red impact icon. All right, so that is Santa Rock. As you can see, there are several islands that can be affected. Right? And if we're talking about preparedness, knowing that we can use stochastic modeling, this can give us a planning on how are we going to respond to different resources at risk, as what you can see here in the map. Going back to the assumptions, okay, we already know the assumptions there. So our deliverables should be assessment against general resource compartments, resources at risk should be, okay. I will now share the SIMA matrix table, or we call it as the SIMA matrix template. Can everyone already see the one that was presented before by Danny? Is actually the SIMA matrix table that you can see right now in my screen.
Excuse me, John.
Yes.
For the map, we don't have like a clear map because the map is overlaid with the with the
text.
Text, yes. So we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will show this again. How about this? Can you see this Tiba and Bettina map?
Yes, that is clear.
Okay, so you don't have this as per shared as what was shared earlier.
We don't have that. We have only the one with the overlay with the text.
Okay, okay. So for this exercise, you can, of course, we are now we've already we need to do stage 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have some time limit for this exercise, so please bear with me if I try to drive in our pacing for this. If we take a look at here, right? So we have here seabed, water column, upper water surface, shoreline, right? Okay, for a while. Let me go and have, wait, I will just stop sharing for a while you're looking at the scenario. Try to see the scenario first and I will just check what I will use here for a while. Okay. For a while. All right. So I'm just checking that I've opened the correct matrix table earlier. And okay, I got it. I will just show to you this table earlier. Okay, now I got it. All right. So I'm pretty sure you already saw the map earlier. Okay, so I'm about to share my screen again. Share screen, my own screen here. Okay. Just to ask, since Ala is the rapporteur and the representative for our delegates from Cambodia, can you see now the matrix table that I have?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so for everyone, for the interest of time, we've done here already the resource compartments. Okay, so the resource compartments that we going back to this TIBA and Betina map, all right, from the spill impact in Santa Rock, you can see that there are different resources at risk on this map. So you can see we have here South Island, which with Turtle Beach Nature Reserve. We have Wreckers Reef Marine National Park, and so on. We also have there the Schlepo on the middle left portion of the map. That Schlepo is actually a city. Okay. And another one also that you can see here are the North Island and Dolphin Island. Okay. So just a bit of a familiarization on that map. I now need to go back to the SIMA matrix table. So for those I mentioned earlier are considered high value resources. That's how we're going to use it, okay? And since this is just more on awareness, we don't really need to go very detailed on how much number do we need to produce? Is it really correct? So let's just go on this exercise as an awareness and at the same time, the startup of our practice. So in the next sessions you will have on your groups, then we can be more detailed about it. So for the resource compartments, you can see what we identified as our resource compartments from the default selections are the seabed, which include shallow corals, low and upper water columns, water surface, air, and shoreline. Then on the right portion here, as we go along, you can see for the no intervention, this is part of stage 2. We have here the potential relative impact. Okay, for seabed, we have here the description, which is insignificant, and the code for that is number 1. So this goes back to our stage 2 discussion earlier on, wherein you need to assess the degree and extent of the oil if we don't do anything on those resource compartments, and then compare it to the recovery period of that area. Will it recover more than a year, or will it recover in 1 to 3 years, and so on. And so for us in OSRL, we already come up with that for you all in the interest of time. We have here insignificant for seabed and low water column, right? If we don't do anything, there will be insignificant effect for that HFO and medium crude oil while it's floating on the seabed. Reason being is because it's a seabed, it's on low water, it's not a subsea well incident, blowout. So there is only low or insignificant, no to insignificant risk, which is number 1. Lower water column is the same. For upper water column, that is 3 to 5 meters from the water surface. So we put here, if there's no intervention, it will become number 2. There will be some relative impact. There will be a low impact for that water column. So when you say impact, it means it's not a good sign. It's affecting the environment badly, isn't it? So water surface is high, number 4, because if we don't do anything, what do you think will HFO and medium crude oil do as weathering? Those physical and chemical changes. That weathering will entail you that because it's a persistent and heavy type of oil, it will remain on the surface water. So our intervention will be potential relative impact will be high if we don't do intervention. It will stay floating on the surface. And again, for air, medium, because somehow the carbon range, which are low carbon ranges of that oil will evaporate. So it will affect our air or the atmosphere. And lastly, shoreline. What will happen if you don't do anything for that persistent oil, which is HFO and medium crude? It will impact the shorelines as you saw in the map. So that's how we come up with that numbers. And then stage 3 are the balance trade-offs. For containment and recovery, we came up with these numbers. The impact modification factor is where we will put our numbering. And then same goes for the surface dispersant, subsea dispersant, in situ dispersant, and shoreline booming. For subsea dispersant, we put it on a gray color because it means it's not applicable, isn't it? Because we're dealing with surface, right? So I will just go on lastly with one example, and then we will do it already as a group. So say, for example, I say in situ burning. In situ burning, we put here the impact modification factor for seabed is 0. It will not really affect the seabed, actually. If we do in situ burning, the seabed will not be affected. Next is low water column, which is just the oil plume affecting that nearby seabed. Again, it will not be affected because it's low or very deep on the water. For upper water column, also it will not be affected. Reason being is when we're burning, we are actually burning the oil that's staying on the surface of the water. We're burning the vapors and the low carbon ranges of that oil until the residue is left. Water surface. Water surface, we score here +2. You can see here, this range of scores, you will have to base your answer on this impact modification factor score. Earlier, we said, you see +2 means moderate mitigation of impact. So going back, for in situ burning, water surface, we scored +2. There is a moderate positive impact on that. Mitigation impact, I mean. Meaning to say it will help the water surface because it will reduce the oil floating in the surface water, right? Because it's burning. But if you have a look at the next resource compartment, the air, okay? The air, for in situ burning, our impact modification factor is -3. According to the table here, -3 is a major additional impact, meaning to say it's not good as a result for the environment. We say it's so because air is being affected by pollution. Because when you're doing your in situ burning, as you saw in the slide I showed earlier, the water pollution, which is the oil, is being transported to the atmosphere, becoming an air pollution. So thereby it's -3. And lastly, shoreline, 2. So if we do in situ burning, we put moderate mitigation impact because some of the residue may still go to the shoreline, but it's already decreased because of the in situ burning option that we did. Okay, so there will be more explanation if we keep on talking about the other response options as well. So now I think it's going to you. Okay, so Pala, please lead the discussion. I highly encourage if you can feel free to talk in your chosen language. I'm very okay with that. Just tell me in English what are your scoring for this. Okay, so you can just drive me. I will be the scriber, and I will follow your instructions about this. Is there any question before I pass now the control to you?
John, for
Yes.
the detail in the total, we just do an average and put like in the high value resources, right? So the score.
Yeah. That's a good question. Okay. So for this exercise, we will not do the averaging because high value resource, we are looking at it as something that will significantly affect the overall ranking later per your response option. So for this, we will treat our high value resource as a compartment, not a sub compartment, and then we don't need to average we don't need to average it. Okay. All right. So the high value resource are the Wreckers Reef Marine National Park, the Submerged Archaeological Site, Ramsar Site Salt Marshes, Turtle Beach Nature Reserve, and the Flat Island Bird Sanctuary. So all of these are based on the Tina and Bettina map that I've shown earlier. Okay. All right. So please go ahead. Inform me what are the scoring for this. I will just show to you here the table. So for the potential relative impact, please use this table. If we don't do any response, what do you think will happen to the environment? Okay. When you say, just to give you a reminder, when you say number 4, it means high impact. it means that it will affect the environment negatively, highly impact the environment because we don't do anything to it. If it's 1, it means it's undergoing natural recovery. It can be one of the reasons. Therefore, it's not affecting the environment. It's also depending on the type of oil. And then for the response options, we are going to base it on impact modification factor ranging from 0 to 3 for the mitigation of impact, all positive, meaning good for the environment, and then -3 to 0, meaning to say -3, -2, and -1 are additional impact, and it's not, it won't be good for the environment as a result. All right, so yeah, so okay, so high value resource, go ahead and just inform me on what to write here.
One more question. The impact, it should be according to the location of that site, right? That highly value resource, right? The location is far from the incident or something like that, or?
Okay, so that's a good question. So for this exercise pala, we'll assume that all of this will be affected by the spill. All right. We are doing this in a preparedness approach, meaning to say we will prepare if these high value resources be impacted. Okay. So yes, let's start on that given assumption, please. Yeah. All right. So yeah, go ahead, please. I highly encourage for you to talk about this. Hopefully we can make it on time. We only have around 15 minutes left, and then we will still do a discussion. So yeah, go ahead. Please talk about the no intervention first.
Yes. គ្នាយើងសូមបើក unmute ហើយសម្រាប់ discuss តាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងអ្វីដែលយើងត្រូវធ្វើបើមិនចឹងយើងធ្វើអត់ទាន់ទេ
បាទបងចឹងបងចាប់ផ្ដើមពីចំណុចមួយហ្មងទៅបងអាចដឹកនាំទៅចាប់ផ្ដើមចឹងចំណុចទី1តាក់ទងជាមួយនឹង Reef Marine National Park សម្រាប់តាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងបើសិនបើយើងអត់មានសកម្មភាពសម្អាតទេវាប៉ះពាល់ទៅដល់ National Park ហ្នឹងយើងអាច rate វាថាវាខ្ពស់ឬក៏តាក់ទងមួយអត់ឬក៏វាទាបអីចឹងអាហ្នឹងយើងមិនដែរសម្រាប់ខ្ញុំហើយសម្រាប់អ្នកដទៃព្រោះថាហើយអាហ្នឹងដល់យើងមានហេតុផលដែរព្រោះថាខ្ញុំត្រូវប្រាប់ហេតុផលគេតែស្អីមិនវាហើយ
Just a suggestion. What you can do is you can already talk about these 5 high value resources when it comes to its scoring, and then you can give it to me later as a group altogether. And then we will go to the impact modification factor for containment and recovery. Let's aim at least finish 2 to 3 response options. So later we'll have a healthy discussion to them. All right. Yeah. So hopefully we think of the time so that later we'll have a good discussion point. All right. So yeah, I will wait for your instruction about the no intervention.
No intervention តើតមកទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងអាហ្នឹងយើងឡើយយើងវាយជារួមមក 1 2 3 4 5 ហ្នឹងអាហ្នឹងយើងដាក់ចង់ដាក់អីគេវិញ high ឬក៏ low ឬក៏ medium អីចឹងអាទី1លោកបងគាត់ថា high ខ្ញុំយល់ថា high បើសិនជាយើងនេះវាប៉ះពាល់ទៅ National Park កន្លែងហ្នឹងវាសំខាន់ ចឹងបើសិនជាពេញទៅវាប្រកាសជាប៉ះពាល់នៅកន្លែងហ្នឹងខ្លាំងកន្លែងហ្នឹងមើលតាមផែនទីក៏នៅចិត្តហ្នឹងដែរ submerge គឺប្រហែលជានៅក្រោមទឹកហើយចឹងប្រហែលជា low ចឹងវាអាចនឹង insignificant បាទវាអាចព្រោះដោយសារពេញដែលវាមិនដែរទៅវានៅលើទេខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងថា shoal mass ហ្នឹងនៅខាងណាខ្ញុំរកអត់ឃើញតែក្នុង map តែបើសិនជាយើងមិនធ្វើអីវាទៅប៉ះពាល់តំបន់ហ្នឹងក៏វាអាចចូលលក្ខណៈយ៉ាងហើយក៏ medium ទៅ high ដែរសម្រាប់ពួកបើសិនជាយើងអត់ធ្វើអីវាប៉ះពាល់ទៅដល់តំបន់ហ្នឹង total shoal mass ខ្ញុំគិតថា high ព្រោះថាកាលខ្ញុំមកចូល training លើកមុនវាតាក់ទងជាមួយនឹង shoal mass ដូចជាអារុក្ខជាតិទូចលក្ខណៈវាស្តៀងនឹង sea grass តែអញ្ចឹងមកពេលវាអា cruise oil ហ្នឹងចូលទៅវាច្រើនគឺវា high ហ្នឹង សំខាន់បើសិនជាវានៅជាវា
វា appear នៅលើទឹកអាហ្នឹងវាប៉ះតែបើវានៅក្រោមអាហ្នឹងវាអត់អី
វានៅលើទឹកអានោះបាទ
Total Beach Nature Reserve បើវាប៉ះទៅដល់ឆ្នេរដែលមានសត្វអណ្ដើកទេអាហ្នឹងក៏គួរតែហាយដែរ
បាទ
time check. We have 14 minutes left, dear delegates. So hopefully we can proceed for the next response options also. Huh? Right.
So John, it's the first one for national park. We put like high.
High, okay.
Yes.
That's number 4. All right.
For submerge, it under the water. We say like insignificant.
Okay, insignificant, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's 1. And then
for
the salt marshes.
It's also high.
High also, all right.
Yes, yes.
It's the same as the in my example slide earlier. All right. Okay.
Yeah, sure. And then total beach also high too, because
high
it's
also, all right.
Yeah, high. And Plate Island Bird Sanctuary also high.
High, all right.
Yes.
If we have any experts or subject matter experts in your group here in the Cambodia delegates, yeah, feel free to speak out also or help. Okay. All right. So maybe let's go ahead first with the containment and recovery. So yeah, go ahead and I will just wait.
អាហ្នឹងតកតងមួយយើងរៀនយើងទុកវាដាក់ដូចជាយើង apply boom ហើយនឹងយើងប្រើ screaming សម្រាប់ recovery វាដល់ពេលអញ្ចឹងដូចបើតាមខ្ញុំគិតដោយសារវានៅក្នុង scenario យើងគឺវាជា monsoon វាប្រហែលជាហើយវា disperse លឿនវា spread លឿនអញ្ចឹងបើយើងនៅទប់ហើយនឹង recovery screaming របស់យើងហ្នឹងគឺវាអត់អាចមាន capacity សម្រាប់ប្រមូលនេះហ្នឹងទប់ស្កាត់ឲ្យវាកុំឲ្យដល់កន្លែងដែលយើង reserve ហ្នឹងអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំគិតថាវាអត់ effective ខ្លាំងទេអញ្ចឹងបើយើងដាក់ low យើងដាក់ low impact
there is no
អានេះគេហៅអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំប្រាប់គាត់ទេ John
yes
our discussion is refer to that containment and recovery yeah it not suitable for that. That's why only submerge, because the submerge is not even be delayed for a long time. It's also not effect. That's why the other is seem to be like it's not. It can be like not negative, but it very like one. It can be one. National park, it should be like one.
For the records. Okay, I just to give you a flash again. So this is our photo here, right?
Yeah.
So the national park is the one here. Okay, so just for assumption, all of these might be affected, huh? But of course, those nearest will give you a hint on what may be the impact, all right? Compared to those that are farther. For example, you can see here what will happen if your Turtle Beach Nature Reserve is on the other side of the island and opposite of the Santa Rock incident. Okay. Okay. So again, what you mentioned here in Records Reef Marine National Park.
It should be like one.
Okay. Run. And then so you see here the scoring is now coming up. For the submerge, earlier you were mentioning it's submerged. So what's the effect of containment and recovery?
It should be like 2.
2?
It's not effect. Yeah, it's not effect. Can be like 0, right?
So again, sorry, what's the number should be for the archaeological?
Should be 0.
Okay, yeah, 0, meaning to say containment and recovery will not affect it. Yes, and I understand why, because it's submerged. All right.
Yeah.
For the Ramsar site, salt marshes.
Ramsar site, I cannot find in the map. You should.
Okay.
Can you show us in the map?
Yep.
Ramsar site?
Yep. Here for a while, huh? The salt marshes, I guess it's for a while. Erie Island, North Island here. For a while, huh? Submerged fortified cities. So you can see here. Can you see on around the northwest of Casino Straits? So
Yeah.
you see there, Ramsar site. So what do you think? That's the location, proximity, its proximity to the spill.
I can say like it can be.
Okay.
John.
Mhm.
I will say that to contribute this one.
Yep.
Grams,
Mr. Roth is you're saying something?
would like to know is the water currents where they will flow from. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't really get what she said. Can you please state again?
Assume that in this year, we certain factors that we like to know. One is the water currents, where they will flow from the south to west. For example, and the second thing is we have to know about the wind as well. Because when we're talking about the Ramsar side, the on the ground is the islands. So if the water current is not going to the shoreline, then it would not affect to the Ramsar side. So the Ramsar side may be lowest impact.
Okay, okay. So one impact here.
We have, we limited to information about the currents.
Oh, okay. Yep. I get what you mean. Yeah. So I think that there's no information about the current for now.
Current as well. And also the speed. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, I think the assumption earlier is that we really don't. Wait a minute. No current oil spill model shows slow trajectory towards the coastlines of Tiba and Betina, as it up and down the coast. So it just says it's expecting up and down the coast of Tiba and Betina. So I guess this Tiba and Betina here, which is a whole, okay, is already given here. That Betina is on the middle and Tiba is on the western portion. So what do you think should it be? Where the Ramsar site is quite far from the Santarak, and it's actually there's a lot of different shorelines that are acting like a barrier before the Ramsar site. So can I ask again, what should be the salt marshes here for the Ramsar site?
It should be 1.
Ramsar site should be 0 at the, and also 0 to be low impacts, except Tiba. The Tiba line to be affected by the current, the ones already impact the Tiba.
Okay, so I guess this, can we put here 0 or 1? 0, you mentioned?
0.
0, okay. How about the Turtle Beach Nature Reserve? Have you talked about that?
Because can't understand the map.
Turtle Beach, this one here on the Turtle Beach here. You can see here the Turtle Beach Nature Reserve below Sheba.
That should be 0.
0, and that's right. And then for the Flat Island Bird Sanctuary, which is here on the it's Flat Island Bird Sanctuary. It's a small island near the Zubin. 0 south. Okay. Okay, so that's our assumption there. So 0. All right.
And except another scenario where the water current flow from southwest to the northeast, that those will be affected.
Okay, and also just an assumption for this tourist attraction, let's assume that there's no tourist attraction for this one. Okay, so even though it's written here, we can actually it can be there. There can be a presence of that or not. But for this one example, let's say there's no socioeconomic interactions of tourist attraction. Okay, so this one we leave it as blank. Same with the cultural. Let's leave it as blank for now, and let's concentrate for high value resource. Okay. How about the application of surface dispersant? Okay. I will flash the map again. And then you can show it. You can inform me. Just Pala can take note of this high value resources, right? And then I'll flash the map. let's try to aim on finishing the surface dispersant so we can have a comparison. All right. So going back, what do you think? For the nature national park, you can go ahead and talk about this, and then again inform me, and we will group it. I will write the answer as a group for all the high value resource, right? Okay, so yeah, please go ahead. We have around 4 to 5 minutes left before we can finish the discussion portion for this work, for this exercise.
John, may you go to the Excel?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Okay. So let's move to the map.
Okay. Thank you to Mr. Rowath Sit earlier for the input also, and for explaining to us what can be our impact modification factor considering the nature of the spill, its location, and its impact to those different high value resources. Yep. So thanks for that. So it seems that the national park will be the one affected only by this high value resource. All right. So how about for the surface dispersant?
I think it should be like high affected.
Okay.
Yeah.
High. So that should be number 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, number 3, based on the table for impact modification factor, it should be +3. You're mentioning major mitigation of impact.
Yes, mitigation.
Okay, +3. And then the rest, which earlier you mentioned might not be affected by the assumption of our spill. How about the submerged archaeological site? It is what will be the effect of the dispersant, and then thinking about the archaeological site which is on the water column. It's a bit submerged.
It should be 0.
It should be 0. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you're mentioning, right? So yeah, the submerged fortified city is on here on the northern portion. You can see here the one on top, submerged fortified city. So that will not affect that portion there, right? Okay, so 0.
And again, now if the current from south to east, so south to north, that due dispersion may be affected.
Okay,
which the current flow from south to the north.
Let's say it's going from south to north as an assumption also, because it might be going different location because of the current direction, right? So what do you think?
But going from the south to the north, and the rest is that is not affected.
Okay, so yeah, Pala, can you summarize to me what you were mentioning together with Mr. Roth's input?
Yeah.
អញ្ចឹងក្នុង scenario នេះគឺជាអត់បាននិយាយពីរឿងចរន្តទឹករហូតដល់ណាទេជំនួសល្បឿនខ្យល់អញ្ចឹងហើយយើងនៅពេល report ថាប្រាប់ថាក្នុងករណីដែលល្បឿនទឹកនិងខ្យល់ហូរពីខាងត្បូងទៅជើងហើយ dispersion ក្នុងអនុម័ន ecology នឹងប៉ះហើយដោយសារព្រៃវាលិចទៅក្នុងបាត់នេះណា seabed ប៉ុន្តែប្រសិនបើ scenario ហ្នឹងខ្យល់អត់មានទិសហ្នឹងទេគឺ impact 0 ហើយក្នុងប៉ុណ្ណឹងណា Okay.
Okay, we have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes left, so just a time check. All right. Okay, so
John,
we finish. We have to continue with the Ramsar site. Okay, Pala.
Yeah, John. It should be like submerged. It should be like 3 impacts.
It should be what do you mean? It should be +3 or
-3.
Okay, -3. All right, I get. Okay, you can explain to it earlier, but I'm pretty sure you are thinking about the dispersant effect. Okay, sure.
And
the
rest it should be like +3.
+3 for the rest, for Ramsar site, Turtle Beach, and Flatbird Bird Sanctuary.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So
Vâng,
3 here.
សិតអាហ្នឹងគេអត់គិតខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងថាគេព្រោះថាក្នុងហ្នឹងគេassumption ថាវានឹងប៉ះទាំងអស់គេអត់គិតរឿង current ឬក៏គិតរឿងខ្យល់ទេមិនគេយកមកដាក់ហ្នឹងគេគាត់និយាយមិញគេអត់នេះគេគិតថាវាគឺប៉ះទាំងអស់ហើយយើងគាត់ថាដឹងថាវាប៉ះហ្នឹងយើងមើលទៅតាមប្រភេទនៃពពួកhighly value resource ហ្នឹងតើវាពេលប្រេងនឹងទៅដល់វាប៉ះពាល់ប៉ុណ្ណាទេអាហ្នឹងគេអត់និយាយរឿង current អត់និយាយរឿងទិសខ្យល់ទេព្រោះថាខ្ញុំធ្លាប់រៀនគេត្រូវនិយាយរឿង current ហើយទិសខ្យល់ប៉ុន្តែអានេះគេអត់ប៉ុន្តែគេ assume ថាវានឹងប៉ះទាំងអស់ដោយគាត់និយាយពីដំបូងចឹងខ្ញុំគិតថាអា00ហ្នឹងគួរតែវាអាចនឹងប៉ះព្រោះដោយសារថាវាលើកឡើងតែ submerge មួយ submerge អាហ្នឹងបើយើងអត់ធ្វើបើយើងគ្រាន់តែបូមប្រេងហើយយើង recovery វាវិញវានឹងប៉ះពាល់ហើយអត់ប៉ះទៅ submerge មួយទេវា submerge នៅក្រោម John I think for containment and recovery besides submerge it should be like two or
okay,
one.
for the submerged archaeological site it should be 2.
Submerge is 0 but the
sorry.
other
Which
the
one?
Other. It should be one. It should be one because it's so far for Ramsar.
Excuse me, Mr. John. Can I discuss with the Cambodia team?
Yeah, sure.
ព្រោះខ្ញុំមិញទៅចប់ប្រជុំមួយទៅអញ្ចឹងទៅអត់បានឆ្លើយឆ្លងខ្ញុំបានទៅមើលអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំគាត់ថាដូចគាត់លើកមិញអញ្ចឹងថាគាត់អត់មានបង្ហាញ direction ថា flow ទៅខាងណាអញ្ចឹងតែអញ្ចឹងទៅយើងវាពិបាកដឹងថាទៅខាងណាវា impact ទៅលើទី1 National Park ទី2 Ramsar ឬក៏ Archaeological Site ណាបាទតែយើងបើតាមគំនិតខ្ញុំណាបើសិនតែអត់មានបង្ហាញអញ្ចឹងយើងគិតថាតើទីតាំងណាដែលចិត្តនឹង
បាទហ្នឹងហើយខ្ញុំគិតចឹង
កប៉ាល់លិចអញ្ចឹងអាច effect ឯងវាអាចទៅប៉ះពាល់តែដូចRamsar Site នេះវានៅឆ្ងាយហ្នឹងហើយអានោះវាអាចវាប៉ះពាល់យ៉ាងតិចបំផុតប៉ុន្តែបើសិនជាមានករណីថាមានអន្តរាគមន៍ពីអាជ្ញាធរដូចមានដាក់ប៊ូមដាក់អីចឹងណាដើម្បីបង្ការកុំឲ្យវារសាត់អុយថែមទៀតណាអញ្ចឹងវាអាចជួយការពារកុំឲ្យទៅដល់នោះដែរហើយសម្រាប់ archaeological site វិញខ្ញុំគិតថាអាហ្នឹងវា effect បើសិនជាមានណាពួកអីធម្មតាតែដាក់តែអាហ្នឹងវា underwater ណា underwater collection ណា objective នៅខាងក្រោមហ្នឹងណាបាទទៅខ្ញុំគិតថាបើសិនជាមាននៅខាងក្រោមហ្នឹងហើយ oil spill វាចេញមកអាហ្នឹងវាអាចធ្លាក់ទៅបាតសមុទ្រដែរអញ្ចឹងអាហ្នឹងវាអាចអាហ្នឹងវាអាចបាទទី1ឬក៏អាចតែទី2ហ្នឹងអាចអញ្ចឹងព្រោះយើងអត់ដឹងថាការខាងក្រោមនេះជិត National Park ហ្នឹងមានព្រោះខ្ញុំមើលទៅ oil spill នេះវានៅជិត National Park អញ្ចឹងយើងអត់ដឹងថា underwater ហ្នឹងវាមានអីខាងក្រោមហ្នឹងយើងអត់ដឹងទេបើយើងចុះទៅមុជទឹកមើលមិនដឹងថាអីគេនៅខាងក្រោមហ្នឹងអញ្ចឹងទេខ្ញុំគិតថាឥឡូវហ្នឹងអាចតែលេខ1ឬក៏លេខ2ឥឡូវនេះហ្នឹង
ឥឡូវណា
archaeological site
អាហ្នឹងវា submerge បើយើងគ្រាន់តែបូមប្រេងវាអត់ចុះទៅក្រោមទេពីទូទៅប្រេងវាដល់យើងប្រើអា dispersion មិនវាចុះទៅក្រោមអញ្ចឹងមិន dispersion យើងដាក់ដល់ដក3ដោយសារវាពេលយើងដាក់ dispersion វាចុះទៅក្រោមដូចបង្សត់គាត់និយាយមិញគាត់ថាដាក់ dispersion វាចុះទៅក្រោមវាប៉ះពាល់ដល់ submerge
excuse me Pala and for the rest also you have to consider we put scores for the surface dispersant we put scores on the different high value resources but we have to be consistent for the containment and recovery we were mentioning they won't be affected by the spill whether it will be flowing on different direction even if south to north but for this surface dispersant then we have to apply the same thought process from the containment and compared to the containment and recovery. So are you going to stick with these numbers or what did you talk about earlier?
អាហ្នឹងមិនតែមកគិតមិនខ្ញុំអត់សូវច្បាស់ព្រោះគាត់ប្រាប់អាសេណាយកមកអត់សូវច្បាស់ហើយ
Actually Mr. John actually we don't understand because the based on the map it doesn't show the direction so it's difficult for us for the discuss and also for the make the answer and also
Yep, I understand.
At the moment, we just discussed where the cruise oil spills, and then we just focus on the side like Marine National Park is nearby, so it can be very effective. And also the turtle speech also is very effective because it's nearby. And regarding to the Ramsar, is is quite far, so I think
that's right.
Less effect on that. So, but for this we need to see the direction. So, but for on the map we didn't see it, so it's difficult to to find out it.
That's right. Yeah, thanks, Mono Moyit. So it's this is what actually we need to do when we're dealing with SIMA process. That's why we need to ask. It's okay to ask questions actually, and this will raise further the discussion on our group. Okay, whether there is an expert on such field or not yet, we can still do the SIMA process. And just to address your concern also, Mono, for your group, when we are doing preparedness and let's say the credible spill scenario can be a grounding on the Santa Rock, all right? So, and we don't have yet the, let's say, the modeling result. Okay, we can do the preparedness when it comes to thinking of the spill can actually go on different directions. It can go north, it can go west, south, or on different directions depending on the weather and the current. That's actually one of the luxury of that's one of the benefit we can have if it's during peacetime or preparedness. But knowing about these geological features, you already got it correct when you say Ramsar site. They might not be affected because it's actually far, and at the same time, it's having different islands that can act as barriers before it even affect that Ramsar site. The reason only why we're putting Ramsar site is because we have to make sure that we're considering all the resources, and so that all the stakeholders and community parts of the community will be satisfied and say, okay, you still put our place or our concerned area in your SIMA process. All right. So and I understand that you're not sure with the direction of the oil, but our assumption for preparedness, it can actually go on different directions. Yeah.
And I think thank you all for the participation. I think we have only 2 minutes more. And I think the way I see it, you have a good understanding of how the scoring should be done with regards whether it's positive or negative. And with regards to what John mentioned earlier, I think we just have to be consistent. So for example, in containment and recovery, when you mention it's 0 because based on how the islands are set or the configuration of the islands, some area may not be affected because these islands will be first affected before it will get to that another island. That's a good assumption, and that's a good sort of assessment on that scenario. What we're saying is that you have a good grasp of the numbers, but when you do apply it across the board, you just have to be consistent about it. So if you're saying 0 on the containment and recovery, then if this containment and recovery has no effect, then potentially perhaps this person may not have an effect as well. It might be insignificant as well, regardless whether the direction of the spill is going. So again, consistency on applying the numbers. I think that's one of the things that we have to understand when you're using SIMA. We cannot be using sort of different sorts of standards for scoring for one response option, and then using another standard for another response option. So once we do some set of assumptions, this set of assumptions would be applicable across the board. But I think we have gone too far. We have actually, this is your first time, I would say, and completing 2 response options is actually really good already. We have done training for this, and normally it would take our participants to complete only 1 response options, but for you got it. You got 2 response options, which is quite good. But any questions before we go to the main room?
I think John, should we like change some a little bit number? Should we like for the containment and recovery, beside the submerged, it should be 1. I think should
One.
be
Okay. We can go on just a quick one.
Beside submerged should be 1. Submerged is 0, and beside that it should be 1. I think.
Sorry. What is the 0?
The submerged 0.
Submerged archaeological site should be 0.
Yes, and the other is 1.
The surface dispersant.
For the containment and recovery. Yeah, and the rest of the submerged is 1. For the Ramsar 1.
Ramsar should be 1.
Yeah.
Nature reserve and the Flat Island Bird Sanctuary should be 1 as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yep. You adjusted your scoring on that. Yeah. So that's your consensus on that. And yeah, I understand why, because yeah, you actually realize it when you're doing the dispersant response option. Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. Also to Mono, thank you so much for your time and talking to the rest of the group, especially to Pala as the rapporteur. Okay, so Norman, do you think I think we're ready to come back and discuss this? You're on mute, Norman.
So yeah, so Mr. Pala, you're okay to do the presentation later? Yeah. Okay. So we'll get our team first to discuss. Yeah.
Okay.
You're okay with that? Okay.
Avoid your team goes first.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
So, but John, please share the screen, and then Mr. Pala will present.
I'll share right away when we're back in the main room.
All right.
Yeah, sure.
Good.
Okay.
I think
see you all there.
We should go back.
Thank you. Make sure you click the leave breakout room, please. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. As for these high value resources here, these is what was identified from the map that Matthew was sharing. So we're just going to have to fill out no intervention for them. And then we'll fill out the necessary impact modification factors. Okay, so those that I highlighted. So that's the scope of this exercise. Now, following the exercise, when we go back to the main room, one of you, I think it is Kun, who is the reporter for our group? Kun Sun Tari. Yes, okay, thank you very much. Yep, so you would be just explaining, maybe not more than 5 minutes, the justification of why we put the numbers there, and then just explaining the final results, and then saying which one we rank first. Okay, so just a short one, not more than 5 minutes. But I'll be sharing the screen, so that'll be no problem. For this session, I'll also be scribing, so I'll write down all the numbers for you. So it's just a discussion between you guys. Okay, do you have any questions so far?
Yep, I have one question. I would like to know that what kind of oil for this exercise? Crude oil or gasoline or diesel oil?
I think it is heavy fuel oil, so HFO. I think that's the scenario.
Okay.
Let's just go by that basis, okay? I'll write this down and just so we remember, HFO. Okay, anything else before we get started? Before I get started and run through
yes, I have. It suggests that you can understand Thai, Danny?
Yes, I can understand. So feel free to speak Thai with amongst yourselves because
คุณแดนนี่เขาพูดภาษาไทยได้นะครับผมก็ถ้าท่านใดไม่สะดวกสื่อสารกันเป็นภาษาอังกฤษก็เชิญสามารถพูดภาษาไทยได้ครับผม All right, that should do it, Danny. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just in case someone missed that. Yeah, I can understand. Okay, so let's get started. We're looking at the first resources, which is seabed, and this includes shallow corals. Okay, and we're saying that if we don't do anything to the oil, it is insignificant. So why is because that the oil on the water is already on the water. It's not going to sink if we don't do anything to it. So the seabed, if we don't apply any response options, it will be 1, which is insignificant. Okay, Do you all understand that and agree? Because after that, then I'll move through it more quickly. เข้าใจใช่ไหมครับ Okay.
ที่ตั้งซีโร่ไว้
อะไรนะครับ
ไว้แล้วทำไมไม่เป็นศูนย์ล่ะ
Because the legend is 1 to 4. The reason why it's not 0 is because we're going to
multiply. Okay.
So for no intervention is 1 to 4. Okay. For lower water column, so water column upper, lower, the lower one also insignificant because the water would not sink. I mean, the oil would not sink if we don't do it. So it is in the upper water column. Okay.
Danny.
Huh?
How about if we think that in the later time it will be sedimentation, so it can impact to the seabed or the lower water column or not?
Yes, that is a possibility. It is a possibility, but when we're looking at this SIMA process right now, I guess once you want to apply a strategy, you want to do it quite quick, right? So it's kind of looking at a immediate effect of what the oil is. So if we don't do anything to the oil slick now, and this is, let's say, maybe in the next few days, what is the impact to the different resources? Of course, you can be right, actually. If we think that we're not going to touch it, there might be sedimentation, then we can bump it up to a 2, if we all agree on that. But for the immediate action, I would lean more towards a 1 because, you know, the oil doesn't just sink right away.
So that maybe I can just add on. Yes, you make a valid point. I think for the purpose of this discussion, we can put it as 1 because it's an open water setting. But if you're talking about more enclosed area where the water circulation is not as good, the Gulf of Thailand is probably somewhere in the middle, whereby it's a water body itself, but it's still connected to the open sea. So if you have an area where the water circulation is not as good, then sedimentation obviously will be a more immediate concern. It also depends on the environment, whether there's a lot of sediments already present in the water column itself, and also the kind of oil you're dealing with. Yeah, so just to add on, yeah, but you raised a valid point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Naiming. Yeah, very good point there. Just to add on as well, we're trying to keep the scenario quite simple. So right now, like Naiming said, it's in open waters and it's oil on the surface. Okay.
Is there in any template that mention the locations of the spills or the location where we do the NEBA?
I'm sorry, do you mean the...
มีตำแหน่งไหนที่จะบอกว่าเรากำลังทำอยู่ที่อยู่ในชีทนี้บ้างไหมเพื่อระบุตำแหน่งโลเคชันของจุดที่เราทำนะ
NEBA is scenario specific, but yes, it is not location specific if we're talking about the bigger picture. So right now we're looking at the bigger picture of a spill scenario, and then we have identified all these resources, right? But I think you mean that if we were having a location specific NEBA, SIMA, for example, this specific shoreline, let's do SIMA there, that specific area.
Because when we do this, if say in the open sea, I will not do anything. But say if we are talking about some location nearby the island, nearby the beach, nearby mangrove, and then something that you mentioned in the first column may be very critical. So I think that in this metric, if we want to do the analysis, we should identify the location.
So does it help if we show where the spill location is and the direction that the oil is traveling?
Yeah, and then put in the matrix. Okay, we do at this location, and then this is the outcome at specific location.
Okay, I'm trying to to understand. So are you saying that we would be doing multiple SIMA analysis for different locations?
Yes, actually, we should prepare. We will prepare like if the spill in this location, say this incident, okay, it's in the middle of the Gulf, and then okay, this is this, and then later on, 6 hours later, 8 hours, 10 hours is caused by the beach, and then we're probably going back to do the SIMA and with the same template, and then identify what the strategy, what we should do later on.
Well, look, yeah, thank you for the question. Sorry, Danny, maybe can add in. I think for the purpose of discussion, we are keeping things simple here, but in reality, during your planning process, you will actually do oil spill trajectory modeling. Look at where the oil is going, and then from there, based on the scenario, say for instance, you are doing some sort of analysis, oil spill preparedness for, let's say, a terminal operation where there's discharge of cargo or receiving of cargo and so on, or SBM, right? Then you, based on the likely scenario, let's say it's a accidental discharge or a vessel collision, then from there you run a trajectory analysis. You will have the oil spill modeling, and then you will know where the oil is headed, and then from there you can identify all these areas that may be impacted. So like I said, we are keeping things simple for the purpose of discussion, but in reality you will need to look at all this data and also map it against your sensitivities, and from there you have to weigh the various options.
Yes, for clarification, I can put, if you feel like a location could be very beneficial, which I agree, we can just put here first Santa Rock spill, because that's where the vessel collision is. And we're saying, let's just say 1 hour after notification. Okay. Does that make it clearer?
Yes, makes sense.
Okay. So that's the basis we go by, guys. All right. Upper water column, it's low, because even though oil sitting on the surface, there could be some that, you know, goes to the upper water column. So it's not insignificant, it's actually quite low. Okay, water surface. So the baseline right now, obviously, if we don't do anything, the oil will stay on the water surface, right? So that would be high.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. Again, for air, as we all know, oil sitting on the water surface tends to vaporize, evaporate. And if we don't do anything and the oil is still on the water surface, it will just evaporate and then be harmful for the air. Okay, so that's why it is medium, it is a 3. Okay? That's the reasoning we went by. As for the shoreline, if we don't do anything, the oil looks like it's gonna move and hit the shore. So that's why it's also high, it's a 4. Okay, so just to summarize, that's the reasoning we put for our no intervention. So this is quite important that we get this down, because it's going to be the baseline for our calculations later. Okay. Okay, before we get into filling the no intervention bit for our resources, let me just quickly run through the numbers here. So these numbers will now be from -3 to +3, right? So seabed for containment and recovery. So going out on a vessel, getting booms, would that affect the seabed at all? And the answer is no, because there's no or insignificant alteration of impact, right? Because even if you work on the surface and use a skimmer, it's not going to affect the seabed. So that's a no. Same with lower and same with upper water column, okay? As for the water surface, since it's actually a positive impact, because we are managing to use a skimmer, take out some of the oil from the water, but we all know that containment and recovery, skimmer effectiveness is not the best. Like I said before, maybe around 20% of the oil could actually be recovered, but the rest we will probably miss out because it's such a large area and it's hard to contain. It's still positive, but it's a 1, okay? For air, again, since it's not really that much of an impact that we're going to get out, like we're only getting out 20% of the oil, the air would still be 0, which is no insignificant impact. And the shoreline, of course, if we manage to get out some oil, then we will reduce the amount of oil hitting the shoreline. So there's a positive there, but not that much because we only managed to collect a little bit of the oil. So that will be a 1. Okay. Now let's look at surface dispersant. So seabed, surface dispersant, what happens? So dispersant breaks down the oil and the oil sinks to the seabed, right? So that would mean that the seabed will be negatively impacted, which is -2, okay? Lower water column, again, the oil will sink, then it will be -2. Upper water column will be -3 because that's where the oil will be more concentrated rather than the lower water column and seabed. So it's even worse when it impacts the upper water column. So that's -3. And then we have water surface. Now dispersants are quite effective, actually very effective with removing oil done correctly. Then we would say that it is a major mitigation of impact, okay? Major mitigation, +3. So we're gonna put 3 for water surface, air, and shoreline as well, okay? I hope everyone is following me.
Yes.
Okay, good. Subsea dispersant. Can anyone now just like shout out why we won't be doing subsea dispersant?
So we have well.
Yes.
We have well. Yeah, we have EP in South Thailand or somewhere in the world that we have to disperse weak oil from the source.
So if there's a well blowout, then you can apply subsea dispersants. You see those little remote controlled things that can go down, apply dispersant just at the source. That's what we call subsea dispersant. But since this scenario, right, is scenario based, is a vessel collision, so there wouldn't be any need to apply subsea dispersant. That's why we won't need to consider this response option at all. So it saves us time. Okay. In situ burning. So in situ burning is the burning of oil at sea. What would it do to the seabed? Nothing really. Once you burn oil, it becomes gas. It doesn't sink down. Same with the lower and same with the upper. Okay. But it is rather effective and maybe not as effective as dispersants because it does leave some floating waste. -3 because it can be very harmful to air if we burn the oil, right? So that's a -3. And then we have shoreline, which is 2, because we managed to get rid of some of the oil, but some of the waste residue may reach the shoreline, but it's a positive overall. So that's a 2. And lastly, the shoreline booming. Seabed, no, shoreline booming is not going to affect anything with the seabed. It won't affect the lower water column. It won't affect the upper water column. It won't affect the water surface at all because you're not taking out the oil from the water surface. It won't affect the air at all because the oil volume is the same. But you also you're preventing it from hitting the shoreline, right? You are preventing it from hitting your sensitive shoreline areas. We only generally put shoreline for now. There may be like more high value resources later that we can look at, but a general shoreline, it is a +3. Shoreline booming is good for that. Okay, so now is where the discussion will start because now you know how the process goes. So let's start with you guys. You can discuss in Thai. I don't mind. I can understand. And if you come to an agreement with the numbers, then
Let
we
me
can
ask a question.
Yeah, go
How
ahead.
we get involved with the ESI?
Sorry?
How we bring the ESI information to do the evaluation?
Do you mean for this specific exercise or just in general?
In general, I would say in general because we are mentioned in general as well. Because say in this area we have dolphin, we have seashell, we have barbara. That's all the information from ESI that we should bring it and then make it consideration upon the ESI information.
Correct.
Right?
That would be your stage 1 of SIMA. As I said earlier, we're saving time due to this exercise. But yes, it's very important to have an ESI map of the area of the spill. And like you said, that's where you can look at all your sensitivities of where the oil might hit, like the dolphins, you know, the turtles, the resorts, or anything there in the ESI would have. And to get the ESI, I'm not quite sure about the different regions, but I can say for Singapore, the National Environmental Agency, NEA, actually publishes it, so we can actually get it anytime. Not sure about Thailand. Do you know where you can get ESI in Thailand?
Do you have map of ESI index? Or the Chora, you have the ESI.
You have the ESI, yeah.
So in case of we use the ESI, then the information of ESI we put in the what water surface.
So this bit, yeah, this bit is.
How can we put in the matrix?
So from the ESI, like this is a general template, okay? So the ESI bit will help you fill out these ones.
Okay, let's move on.
This one is the general template, so you should have this for all your SIMA analysis.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay then, so now open discussion, please, if you can. We will decide on first the Wreckers Reef Marine National Park. So it's a marine national park. What would happen if we don't apply any response strategy? What is the no intervention score? Would you like to see the map to help you, or?
Yeah, I think it's better idea to have to see the map. Yep.
I think it would be good. Yeah.
Right. Let me pull that up. 1 second, please. Was the map shared with the participants, Naiming? Did you know?
No. I mean, the version that they have is the PDF file. So you have to, yeah, Matthew's presentation.
Okay, actually the PDF file that you guys have has the map and the spill on it. So do you want to try opening up so you can see it side by side with the Excel sheet? If not, then I can just share my screen. Can you find the PDF file that Matthew shared?เห็นไหมครับ map Tiba Bettina?
We can see it, but a lot of text overlay on top of the map.
Okay, let me share my screen then, okay? Can you see the map now?
Yes, Hub.
Okay, Hub. So the spill is here in Santa Rock, okay? The Wreckers Reef Marine National Park is over here, okay? So let's just assume that the oil is, it's quite a big spill, is going everywhere. So it will definitely hit. So the no intervention discussion that we should have is what would happen to it if we didn't do anything at all, okay?
So the wind and sea direction is towards the west direction?
Yeah, we can say that, yep.
Okay. So it can be high.
High. Anyone else have any input? Okay. Because it's a national park, there might be tourists, right? There might be tourists there, and then, you know, if there's oil on the surface and you cannot access it, so it's a high impact if we don't do anything. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, submerged archaeological site. Let me share the map again. Submerged archaeological site. Okay, if you can see, it's up here.
Will be insignificant.
Yeah, because I think we're going by the basis that the oil is moving towards the west and hitting these islands, right? So this one will not be affected. Insignificant sounds about right. Does anyone else want to challenge or have any other ideas?
That's about right.
Sorry. อะไรนะครับไม่ได้ยินเมื่อกี้
ถูกแล้วครับถูกแล้วครับ
Okay. Ramsar site. Ramsar site. Ramsar site.
Up there to the north.
To the north?
Yeah, up there.
Okay. So what do you guys think? What would be the no intervention score?
Well, insignificant if the direction from down towards a little bit down to west and south.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do agree. It is insignificant.
Okay.
And then in future, if the for direction change, trajectory change, then we bring it up again.
That is a very good point. So for now, we're saying insignificant based on the trajectory of the oil currently, but in the future, if there's a trajectory change, we might have to consider it, right?
Yes.
So I'm just gonna put in a note here that says, consider oil moving west. Turtle Beach Nature Reserve. Turtle Beach Nature Reserve. So the Turtle Beach Nature Reserve is here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very high.
Maybe
Yes, it's high.
High?
Yep.
This side is say very high.
Very high. Okay. And then Flat Island Bird Sanctuary. Flat Island Bird Sanctuary. There. So the oil spill is here. Flat Island Bird Sanctuary is here. You think there's a chance, maybe?
Medium. It may be so if what is the red tab in the middle of the what it is? Is it an island that can block the trajectory or?
Yeah, I think it's just an island, but let's just say it's a small island that can go through.
So if say like that, it's something that can block the trajectory. So we say right now it may be insignificant.
Anyone else have an opinion? Agree?
Maybe not. I think
Excuse me. Excuse me. The red one is not a coral reef.
Yes, you're correct. Sorry. If you look at the legend, yes, the red is coral reef. My mistake. That's correct.
Okay.
But for this exercise, let's ignore that for now because we don't have much time. And one of the resources will, of course, be coral reefs, but we won't be looking at that right now. Let's just look at the Flat Island Bird Sanctuary. Okay. So yes, if it's coral reef, then the oil can go through.
Yeah, if that I think is significant.
Significant, so high.
Yeah, because the oil spill will spread all over this area, and the bird can be affected. I mean, for the food and something else. Yeah.
So in this column, in the first column that we mentioned about the resources, we can add on some more resources in here, right?
I think I also think.
And then after that, we make the same consideration, high, low impact, and then put with the numbers and blah, blah, blah.
Of course, like this bit here is customizable by for this exercise.
Okay, I know.
So let's move on to applying containment and recovery. So what would you think would be the impact modification factor if we did containment and recovery for the Wreckers Reef Marine National Park? So that's the reef that is to the west of the spill.
So if we remove oil a little bit, so impact to that area is still very high. But say like containment and recovery, we can remove say 10 to 20% of oil. So most of the oil is still on surface, and then if it moves to wet areas and impact still high. I don't know how you put the numbers or.
Yeah, so you're looking at either it doesn't impact it doesn't impact this no intervention, or it has a minor positive impact, right? Because we're moving just a little bit of oil. It might make it a little bit better, but it might not be good enough. So we don't think.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
So it's either a 0 or a 1. So what would you guys?
1.
1. Okay. Because we are moving some oil, right? And it is showing that we're doing something. Okay, so now the submerged archaeological site, that's all the way up to the north. I guess.
0.
Yeah. Ramsar site. North west on the main island. Okay. So Turtle Beach Nature Reserve.
1.
1. Okay. Flat Island Bird Sanctuary.
1. Okay, 1.
Okay, so I hope everyone agrees with this number. Anyone that doesn't agree or want to ask why, then shout out now. But if not, we can move on. Okay, let's move on.
Yes.
Okay, so again, surface dispersant. Let's look back at the map, okay? Let's look back at the map. Surface dispersant. We are ready. Let's say the oil is moving and then we apply surface dispersant around this area, okay? And the depth of the water, I guess you can see here, is around 15 meters. This line, 15 meters, 10 meters closer to the Wreckers Reef. So 15 meters, I guess, is a bit shallow for dispersant's application. A lot of places recommend 20 meters plus to apply, some 10 meters plus, but 15, I say maybe still a little bit shallow. So what do you guys think would be the impact modification factor to the reef if we apply dispersants?
It's very high.
Sorry, really high, do you mean it will affect it positively, or it will be really bad?
Really bad for it.
Really
minus,
bad for it.
Yep.
Okay, anyone else? -2, -3?
No, I don't think. Because we can reduce the amount of oil that will just leave, right? Leave is worse. It's okay. Minus, right?
I think it could be around -2.
-2. Why not -3?
Because the depth is quite high. Huh?
Around 15, right?
Yeah, 15 is quite
So
high.
not all of it will go down and then go to the roof. Okay. Submerge, I guess, since it's not in the scope of the spill, we can put 0, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Same with Ramsar. I guess if we apply dispersant, it won't harm that site as well. Okay. Turtle Beach, nature reserve. So that's in the island on the south side of the little island.
Yeah, I think it could be same with the coral reef.
If the dispersants are too close to the turtle beach, then it can harm the turtles. Is that what you're saying?
I think this way, turtle can know oil is coming. It can swim away. Really, this is a fact. This is a fact. Big fish, when they smell oil, they swim away.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, it impacts to small fish. Big fish is easy.
So if we do apply dispersant, what would be the score?
So probably say, okay, 1 is okay, -1 is still okay, or 0 is.
Anyone else have opinions? -1 or 0? I'll put -1 for now. Anyone else disagree with -1?
And we know the water depth again, Danny.
Okay.
For both the Turtle Beach and Flat Island.
-1 for both. Is that what you're saying?
Okay.
Okay. Let's move on then. In situ burning. So burning of the oil at sea, right? Wrecker's Reef. If we burn the oil, contain and burn it.
Yeah, I think 0 is okay for burning. So in situ burning?
0, or are you looking at positive? Maybe positive because it's taking the oil out, so the oil wouldn't reach the reef.
Reef. It could be minus. Yeah. Sorry, because have some residue, or heavy airs or something like that.
Yeah. So how would that affect the Wrecker's Reef if it has residue? But I mean, if it's air, then it probably wouldn't affect the Wrecker's Reef, right? But if it's residue, then it might affect it a bit. But majority of the oil would be gone. So would you say it's beneficial to the reef, or would you say because of some residue is harmful to the reef? The residue doesn't typically sink, by the way. The residue floats when you burn.
Oh, this so in the water.
Normally.
Well, should be +2.
+2 because we are removing the bulk of the oil, right? Okay. Submerged archaeologists. I'll go 0 for this and 0 for this. Maybe the Ramsar site. Could you consider the Ramsar site? If we burn the oil, do you think that the air quality at the Ramsar site and the salt marshes will be affected, or do you think there will be very insignificant impact?
Far away.
Far away.
Yeah, too far.
Okay. Turtle Beach.
Good for total. +2.
So if you burn oil at sea, the turtles won't get affected by the air. I'm not the expert on turtles. Anyone might know if we burn the oil, the turtles might get affected or not?
So actually, like turtle can surfacing like 10 minutes, and 10 minutes in one base and then going down. Air quality should not impact turtle. I think this way.
Okay, so you're saying positive 2?
Positive, maybe 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
I would say a negative number though. I think the number should be negative though. I'm no turtle expert, but I think the air quality would get worse.
Yeah, the air quality will definitely get worse if you burn the oil.
So it depends on the area where we are burning, right? If it's because in the map it's very close, but in real distance, probably 10 nautical miles, or I don't know how far from the spot to. Because we do the in situ burning, probably we do at the source of spill rather than far away.
Yes. And how about the higher temperature at the sea surface? I think is the high temperature may impact to the animal.
That's a good point.
The spot that we burn, I think that's really.
Yes, during the burning, I think the reptile or the sea animal very sensitive for high temperature.
You swim away. Because say in situ burning actually will burn absorb rather than. I don't know. Can OSR tell us the probably where suitable location if we make decision to do the in situ burning?
I guess it depends on where the oil is.
Fresh oil.
It's hard to, collect oil, move it out, and then burn somewhere else. You would probably, if the oil is moving towards this direction, you would probably burn it around this area.
So you mean let the oil flows or somewhere you can make a collection by booms and then burn it somewhere far away from source?
We of course we could, but collection by boom is not 100%. Like I said, if you move it with the vessel too far, it might be too taxing on this response option, maybe. So if you want to apply that technique, I mean, there's nothing stopping you. If you say that we collect the oil, we'll move it out a bit and burn it further away from the Turtle Beach Nature Reserve. We can all come to an agreement on that if you want to.
What will be the score? Can discuss.
So the question now is, if we do burn the oil near that area where I was highlighting, would it impact the turtle positively or negatively? So I think the consensus is a bit positive right now. Is that it?
Yeah, I would. Distance is a criteria.
If distance is a criteria. Okay, that's fine then. I guess when
just make it just to for the exercise.
Okay. So the Flat Island Bird Sanctuary on the northern part of the island.
Far away. Far away, right?
So it doesn't
make
far away. It doesn't do anything. Any numbers?
In my opinion, I think it's far away, yes, but it depends on the wind direction. This might be different or change daily. So I think it's quite a negative impact for the bird.
We can say that, yeah. I would agree with that. If it's like a -1 or because it's not -3, it's not right next to it, but if it was far away and there's a possibility of the wind reaching the area and then the harmful gases reaches there, it could still be damaging, right? So would you agree on -1?
I do agree with Dr. Thanomsak. Depends on I think we need more information about wind direction during at that time. Yes.
Let's base it off the 1 minute remaining. Okay, if it's 1 minute remaining. Okay, shoreline booming. Okay, this doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything. Turtle Beach. Maybe you can boom it so it doesn't hit the Turtle Beach.
Turtle Beach. Could be sorry, could be positive, I think.
Yeah.
Many
positive.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Then I will share the screen.
If we're talking about shoreline booming, it's close to shoreline, right? So the area that the turtles and some of the lake is not close to the shore. Obviously, nothing to. I would say 0, 0, 0, 0,
0. Sorry.
Just in my view, because we do shoreline booming just close to shore. So some area is not just a shoreline, so it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I think the session is coming to an end, and you might be automatically put back into the main room. So I'm going to share the screen when it's our turn, Kun Suntali, and then I will let you talk.
Let me ask about the list out. So it's about like 4 multiplied by 1, and then this is coming up. So it's sum, and then sum all, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that? ภาษาไทยก็ได้ครับไม่ได้ยิน
So ก็คือจะถามว่าในส่วนของคำตอบสุดท้ายก็คือ 28 ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
Yeah, correct. Walup, if I may just add, yes, what your interpretation is correct. So it's modification factor multiplied by the baseline, and then you just sum up, so that you get a final score. And from there, you can actually sort of rank the best response option.
So right now, you can see that your highest score is actually 28. So your shoreline booming is probably one of your most preferable things. So in this scenario, you'll say, yes, shoreline booming for sure, yeah? But then you'll also be like, we might consider some containment and recovery and in situ burning as well. But we won't do this because it's quite harmful to some of the resources. We won't do surface dispersant, yeah?
When we think about this, we're going back, because the outcome is about we do the recovery rather than the dispersing. So it's about reverse with the concept on the when you do the response, and then think about the dispersant first, because you can remove the oil very fast, and then considering the distance, that is the depth of the water, distance from the shoreline, distance from the important resources. So in this particular case, it is about we must pick up the boom and recovery, right?
Yes.
We don't use this thing at all because its score is very low.
Yes, because we say it's harmful to the resources. Yeah. Is this clear? Is this clear? So our reporter Kun Sutali, when we go back now, we can talk through this.
Just say this. I think in terms of looking in terms of responder, and what we are going to do first is about make it disappear from the surface if it doesn't impact much. And then because depth of water is available, the water is okay, and distance. Actually, because we looking in the map, and distance in the map is we feel that it's really close, but in reality, probably it's far away. And then upon that, I think that we need to consider in terms of distance of the spot where we do each technique. That is on the list.
Yes, you're correct.
That we must pick up the things that we do the most effective way. Else, we do a very ineffective, because I would say that movement recovery is very ineffective.
Yeah, I agree.
In the interest of time, I think we have to go back to the main room. Kumwalu, thank you for your question. We'll keep it in view. So later, when Matthew actually sums up, we can speak about this again.
Okay.
Okay, so let's.
Okay, everyone. Let's make a start. I will be helping to be the facilitator and also to talk you through the process today. Allow me to share my screen first. I will be sharing the tool that we will be using to perform. Can I confirm that you can see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, great.
Yeah.
Matthew, can you zoom in a bit?
Zoom in, yeah.
Yeah, make it a little bit bigger because it cannot see clearly.
Okay, stand by. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, it's fine.
So, Mr. Tua, you will be representing us as the reporter later on, right?
Yeah.
Once we have completed this this exercise. Okay, so everybody can see the Excel sheet, the SIMA matrix template. Okay, and we will be talking through about the scenario that we have had earlier. Can I check that everybody has access to a PDF with some of the details that I talked about earlier, the scenario details? Karen, can you just help me to ensure that everybody has access to the PDF of the scenario which I talked about earlier, please?
Yes. Okay.
Recap again, better, bro.
Okay, I have just broadcasted the link to the copy of the matrix template. Kindly check if you have received a copy.
Okay, so I trust that everyone is able to access the PDF of the scenario details, which I have shared earlier. Feel free to refer to that as we talk through this exercise today, because on my screen, I will be sharing this SIMA matrix template, which we will be using to have our discussions. But obviously, we need to refer to the scenario and the details which I had shared earlier, which you should have on the link which Karen has shared to you earlier. All right, so I shall begin to introduce you to this SIMA matrix template, and I'm sure my colleagues have already sort of talked through to you how this template is done. And now we will be applying this to the scenario which we have just shared with you earlier. You will see that there's quite a lot of numbers already. It's half full. And we have really done this in the interest of time, because you can appreciate that if we do the entire process, even internally within OSRL, when we have tried to do the entire process, it is a very time-consuming process, especially if we are having lots of discussions and really trying to come to agreement within all the people in the group. So even within OSRL, when all of us are so-called oil spill specialists, we still have a lot of discussion, and we know that from experience, this process can be quite time-consuming. So really to try to speed things up, what we have done is really pre-populated the scores for the general resource compartments, which you can see over here. So these are the general resource compartments. In addition to that, we have also helped you to pre-list the high-value resources, which are all listed here. And this is the part where we will get, we will have participation from the group for everyone to help us to input the scores into this spreadsheet later on. But first, let me just talk you through an overview and justification of why these scores are the way they are. Again, we have put this in as a pre-populated sample for you, but don't feel that you have to accept these numbers. Feel free to challenge the numbers. If you disagree with the numbers, you feel that the numbers should be different, then let's talk about it right here. That's what the purpose of SIMA is all about. It's really to generate those discussions and to capture everybody's interests and everybody's thoughts, and make sure that we can at least come together to recognize the best, and recognize and identify the preferred response strategies that we should employ for each and every incident. Okay, so let's, I'll go through quickly. So looking at the general resource compartments, we have seabed, lower, upper water column, we have the water surface, we have the air, and of course we have the shoreline. So taking an example of the scenario, oil spill modeling has shown high level of impact to all of the areas in Tiba and Betina. Again, we have done that to make the scenario simpler. In real life, you can expect that there will be different levels of impact to different areas. Okay, but for the purpose of this exercise and to make it simpler, we have stated that all of the areas are highly impacted. Okay, so we have input these scores here. In the event that no response actions are taken, we don't expect very much oil to be spreading down into the seabed, lower water column, and upper water column a little bit more by the process of natural dispersion. Hence these numbers, 1 for insignificant, 2 for low. Okay, for the water surface, because there's a large amount of HFO and also medium crude oil, we expect the potential relative impact to be high. Hence the number of 4. For the air, we expect medium level of impact because we expect lots of volatile vapors to be given off from the medium crude oil. So medium impact, we have assumed a medium impact, which is a number of 3. And of course, for the shoreline, because of the large amount of oil being spilled, we have assumed a high level of potential relative impact of 4 for the oil spreading across all over the shorelines of NEBA and Vietnam. Then we have gone through the different types of response strategies, oil spill response strategies. We have excluded subsea dispersants because this is a vessel spill, a spill which is occurring on the surface of the water. Hence, subsea dispersant is not an applicable response option. So we don't have to assess subsea dispersants, but we will assess surface dispersants. I'll quickly go through containment and recovery. Containment and recovery, as we know, we're trying to recover oil from the surface of the water. So let's look at the impact modification factors that we have chosen. Because we are only focusing on the surface of the water, it's going to be 0 for all the resource compartments that are below the surface of the water, which are the seabed, lower water column, and upper water column. That's 0, which gives a relative impact mitigation score of 0, 0, 0, of all zeros for the subsurface resource compartments. On the water surface, we have given an impact modification factor of 1 based on the assumption that containment and recovery is not expected to be a very highly effective oil spill response option, in the sense that we don't expect containment to be able, we don't expect to be able to really contain and recover a very significant amount of the total oil spilled if we employ containment and recovery. Okay, from experience in other high-profile incidences around the world, containment and recovery has been responsible for no more than perhaps 10 to 20% of the total amount of oil spilled. So you're still left with about maybe potentially 80% or even more than 80% of the entire volume of oil spilled, which you have to deal with by other means. So that is why the impact modification factor is 1, which is not very high, which is only a minor positive impact. So 1 multiplied by 4, okay, gives us a relative impact mitigation score of 4. Let's look at the air. Okay, we are treating that as 0 for containment and recovery, because recovering a small amount of oil isn't really going to change the fact that there's lots of harmful gases, potentially hazardous vapors being released into the environment. So that gives us a 0. Next, for the shoreline. Again, we are putting it as 1 because, again, we recognize that we are only going to recover maybe 10 to 20% of the total amount of oil spilled, and the remaining 80% or higher could still end up on the shoreline, and we will still have to deal with all of that oil. So that is the rationale for containment and recovery. On the other hand, looking at surface dispersants, okay, because surface dispersants, we are sending the oil down into the water column. We are going to have negative scores for all of the water column and the seabed below the surface of the water. Okay, so it's -2, -2, and -3. -3 because we know that most of the oil, dispersed oil, is going to be concentrated at the upper water column. And of course, we expect some of them to penetrate down into the lower water column as well, but we will expect naturally higher concentration in the upper water column, which is about the top 5 to 10 meters of the water column. So hence these scores, which translates to a negative score at the end. Okay, for the water surface, we are recognizing that, because we're driving a lot of the oil down into the water column, we are actually eliminating the oil from the water surface. And of course, we are making an assumption that it's going to be a major positive impact by using surface dispersants. Just one clarification, we are assuming that we have access to aerial dispersant capability. So wide area aerial dispersant capability via aircraft. We are assuming that we have that access to that capability. Hence, we are taking a number of 3 for major positive impact for surface dispersants. In terms of air as well, we are recognizing, because we are eliminating a lot of the oil from the water surface, we are recognizing that it's going to be a positive impact for the air as well. And that is a score of 3. There will be less harmful vapors being released into the environment and into the atmosphere. In terms of the shoreline, for the same reason, we are also putting a positive impact of 3. I will quickly talk through in situ burning now. In situ burning, okay, again, similar to containment and recovery, because we are doing operations on the surface of the sea, it's going to be 0 for all the subsurface resource compartments. It is going to be 2 for the water surface, and for the shoreline, we are taking it as 2 as opposed to 1 for containment and recovery, just in recognition that because of the nature of in situ burning, we are able to handle a larger amount of oil as compared to containment and recovery, because we don't have to deal with waste management, logistics. We don't have to deal with a lightering of collected waste, obviously, because there is a lot less waste because we are burning all of the oil, burning off all of the oil from the surface of the sea. And of course, the obvious trade-off is that we are creating pollution in the air, which is why the air resource compartment is getting a impact modification factor of -3. And finally, for shoreline booming, so in reality, we could add in other strategies like shoreline cleanup, and other different kinds of strategies for the shoreline as well. For example, protection of sensitive resources, or shoreline cleanup via manual or via specialized equipment. But for purpose of this exercise, we are just treating it as shoreline booming as a response strategy to protect the shoreline. So it's all 0 because we are not doing anything offshore. We are not impacting the water surface, the water column. We are not impacting the air. We are only trying to protect the shoreline. So it's only going to be a 3 for the shoreline in terms of the impact modification factor. So these are the scores that we have done up so far, and this is a sample of how the NEBA process, SIMA process will be done. So can I just check with everyone so far? Does everybody agree with all of these scores, or any questions you would like to raise regarding these scores here before we start talking about the high value resources? No questions at all? Okay. Let's keep going then. And if there are any questions at any point in time, feel free to speak up, and we'll be happy to discuss them along the way. So right now I have talked about how we score the general resource compartments. Again, general resource compartments are the ones that I have just talked through. Now we will be talking about high value resources. High value resources, we have also pre-populated based on the scenario. Okay, we have 5 of them here. Wreckers Reef Marine National Park, the archaeological site, the salt marshes, also the Ramsar, also known as the Ramsar site. There is also a Turtle Beach Nature Reserve and the Flat Island Bird Sanctuary. Okay, all of that is within the geographical location of Kiba and Bettina. As an example, okay, we don't have any socio-economic resources that we are going to be talking about, we are going to be using for this exercise. But an example of socio-economic resources will be things like tourist attractions, seaside resorts. Okay, these are features that you would include under the socio-economic category. And another category here is also cultural. Okay, so cultural, for example, an area that is important to the local community. Okay, perhaps of historical importance, or just cultural importance. And those are things that we want to recognize as well. Again, we are simplifying the scenario for the purpose of this exercise. Okay, so does anybody, firstly, do we agree, does everybody agree with the high value resources that we have put in here? Or does anybody wish to suggest that there are any different resources that we want to capture in this SIMA matrix before we move forward?
Matthew, show the map, please. Before identify the high value resources, we have to identify the movement direction of the oil slit, and based on the map, we find out the high value resources on the map. Okay, thank you.
Okay, can you see that? So we don't have oil spill modeling overlay, but again, as part of the exercise briefing, to make things simple, we are saying that the oil has spread extensively up and down the coast of TIBA and Vietnam. So we're treating it all as high exposure. Okay, so let's just to get things moving, let's continue. Let's try to start on this process for the time being. And of course, if anybody would like to raise anything or talk about other high value resources that we want to include in this assessment, feel free to speak up at any time. Okay. Feel free to discuss in Vietnamese if you feel that is easier for you. I have a colleague, Tai Hong, who is with us today, and he's a Vietnamese, and he can also help to discuss or answer your questions if you prefer to speak and discuss in Vietnamese today as well. So a good way to start is just go down the list one by one. So let's start. Okay, let's go this way. Let's identify the potential relative impacts for each of these high value resources. Yeah, so the first one is the Recus Reef Marine National Park. Okay, so those are actually coral reefs. So how do we want to score their potential relative impact?
Two. Between two, one or two. Because
yeah.
Because they are diesel oil and medium crude oil. Maybe it's have some dilution in the water column. So I chose number 2.
2, yes. Okay. What does anybody else want to suggest a different score?
4 for all.
No.
What?
4 for all, bro.
4 for all?
Yes.
Oh, why? Why high impact?
Because it's right.
Why 4 for all again? Would you like to share? There's no right and wrong answer, by the way. We are trying to generate discussions.
Okay, because we mean all the high value resources could be impacted by the oil spill, could be high ranked at 4. That's all.
Okay, that's correct. That's correct. But again, let's look at the purpose of what we're trying to do here. It's a potential relative impact. So we are saying that in the event that there is no intervention, we are not doing any oil spill response actions. Okay, do we expect very bad impact to all of these sites? So but the sites are different, as you can see. Some are submerged, some are shoreline features. So actually these 3 are more shoreline features, okay, along the beaches, salt marshes, beaches.
Sorry, I'm sorry, interrupt you. Except submerged archaeology site.
Except the submerged archaeology site.
Yes, maybe no intervention. Maybe just 0 or 1.
I guess one way to look at this, if we agreed on the previous assessment on the compartment, resource compartment that we assessed before, then my opinion is that we can reference it with what we put as insignificant or low or high above. For example, the submerged features could be something that is lower in the water column, hence it can reference to insignificance, which we agreed in the first place.
Okay, good suggestion. So what was the suggestion for submerged archaeological sites that was mentioned earlier? I think Mr. Khan, was it?
Yeah, 0 or 1.
1 or 2, is it?
1 maximum.
1.
Yes.
Okay. So okay, I think it is beneficial for me to share with you all something. Okay. Can you see this? Can you see these 2 tables?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So again, my colleagues talked about this earlier before, but I think it is good to talk about, to really try to show you an example. Okay. This is really used to assess the level of potential relative impact. Okay, let's talk about let's talk about the Reef Marine National Park. Okay, so firstly, we said it was high level of exposure, right? That was part of the exercise, the scenario briefing earlier. So that's high level of exposure, and again, level of exposure you would ascertain from your oil spill modeling. Right, so depending on where the oil is predominantly going to go to, you may decide some areas have high exposure, other areas have medium, other areas have low. But for this exercise, we are saying it is high exposure everywhere. Next thing we are going to consider is the percentage of regional population present. Okay, this information is not given to us today. So again, it is really up for us to make assumptions. So in terms of a Reef Marine National Park, okay, this reef is actually quite close to where the vessel has grounded. Okay, so we can say that, let's just take it that we are going to have severe impact. So let's just say we are taking more than 50%. Okay, this is an assumption that we are making, which gives us, okay, a high score. So we have a high score from the first table, table A. We are going to carry that high score over to table B. Okay, and then now we are going to okay, look at the recovery period. So this high score is going to translate to this high score. So now we are looking at a high. Now we are looking at table B, and now we are looking at recovery period. Okay, so we are assessing the potential relative impact based on recovery period. And how do we ascertain recovery period? Okay, basically, there are researchers who study this, okay, and we really have to look for some information, or we can go by experience as well. Okay, so basically, in this scenario, if we expect, let's say, the Marine National Park to recover from the oil spill within less than a year, then we are looking at a medium score. Okay, a medium score will be a 3. And if we are expecting the Marine National Park to recover in more than 1 to 3 years, okay, it's going to be a high, which is going to be a score of 4. So hopefully this helps to illustrate how we get these numbers a bit clearer. Actually, this is not a good example. High for Marine National Park, we shouldn't be using high. We should be using more of a low, because the resource is actually underwater. So if we use this example, we should be talking more about the Ramsar site, the Turtle Beach, or the Island Bird Sanctuary. Yeah, so a bit of a correction on that. We shouldn't be using high. So I think this is a good justification, okay, for giving the Ramsar site, the Turtle Beach, or the Bird Sanctuary a score of 4. Unless we say that we expect them to recover in less than a year, then we could knock the score down to maybe a 3. But otherwise, it's going to be either a 3 or a 4. Any questions on what I've just talked about? Or are you confused by this process? So again, we have to make a lot of assumptions. So let's talk about what assumptions we are making, based on our different experiences. That's the whole point of this process.
Yeah, sure, bro. Just assume that we are professional. So just go ahead, please.
Sorry?
I'm just kidding. I'm just saying, assume that we are all professors on ecologics. So just go ahead, please.
Oh, okay, just go ahead. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to fill in preliminarily. Do we agree for different scores? Do we agree with this? So a question I would like to ask, okay, what assumptions are we making in that we are scoring the Marine National Park a 2 and the Submerged Archaeological Site a 1? Are we making any assumptions by giving them different scores? Because both of them are situated under the water. So really it's up to us to make the assumptions here. Okay, let me give you a real, yeah. Anyone?
I guess we can take the assumption that when we talk about lower water columns than the Reef Marine National Parks, the submerged feature would be at the lower water columns, at the higher depths, where the reef area we are talking about, assuming that it is nearer to the surface at the upper column the water. So following what we assumed before, it would be a 1 and a 2.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Tyrone. So that is exactly what I was just going to say. So in real life, real scenario, okay, you would probably be looking at the water depth. So if you are saying the Submerged Archaeological Site has a 1, then we are probably assuming that the submerged archaeological site is deeper underwater, and the Marine National Park is probably in shallow waters where we expect natural dispersion to be able to bring the oil to impact the Marine National Park. So that is a good tradition. Again, we don't have this information for this exercise, but we appreciate that in reality, there will be lots of little fine details that will help to influence how you are scoring in this SIMA process. Okay, so let's just take that assumption that Tai Hong has suggested. So Wreckers Reef is going to be low impact, and submerged archaeological sites going to be insignificant.
Đồng chí đang vừa chuyển cho anh cái phiếu chỉnh của em, trình anh Lâm về cái hỗ trợ phiên dịch cho Hội thảo Trung Quốc.
Okay, so we have scored the first. We have done the first step. We have scored the potential relative impact of a no intervention response. Now what we need to do is to score the impact modification factor for each of the identified response strategies that we are going to assess today. So we have 4 of them. Okay, let's start with containment and recovery. So what do you think the impact modification factor is going to be for the reef, for the archaeological site, for all of the, and for the other high value resources that we have talked about? So we'll be going one by one down the list.
I think depending on the water depth.
Yeah.
If the water depth is so shallow, the operation may destroy the coral reef. So if the water depth is high, maybe up to 10 meters, it's okay. So in this case, for me, ranking the 2. We have not enough good information.
Okay, that's a fair point. So we have to make assumptions on how shallow the reef is. If the reef is like really, really shallow, like 1 or 2 meters deep, potentially it's not safe to be, it's not going to be, we can't do containment and recovery in that area as well.
Not safe for operation.
Say again, please.
I mean that not safe for operation. Maybe you got another oil spill. You understand what I mean? Shallow water.
Yeah.
It's not safe for man the ship into the shallow water. Maybe you got another spill there.
That's correct. I would say what we're trying to do here is not really consider safety or operational aspects yet, but really we are trying to consider what is the impact of us doing containment and recovery. Let's just assume that we can do it safely, we can do it effectively to respond to the oil spill.
Okay.
So what do you think the impact modification factor is going to be? Okay, you can choose from -3 to +3. +3?
No, minus.
Yeah.
-1.
No minus. We assume we can carry out the response operation in safety. So it's not minus. But the shallow or the water depth, assume 2 meters or 1.5 meters is not safe for carry out the any containment and recovery operation. It means minus.
Minus.
Okay, up to you.
So let me say again. Let me reiterate what we are trying to do here. We are trying to say what is the impact to the Marine National Park by us doing containment and recovery. Okay, we are not. Let's not make any assumptions about safety. Don't make assumptions about how we are doing about the tactical aspects of containment and recovery, because the idea behind the SIMA process is that we leave all the safety considerations, deployment, operational considerations to the next step. So let's just assess the response strategies as they are, as we understand them first, before we start thinking about safety considerations, operational considerations, and tactical considerations. So, okay, just taking a reference to what we have done on top. Okay. On the water surface, let's see, for the water column features, seabed, lower and upper water column, we've actually put a 0 because we are recovering oil from the surface. We don't expect any impact, any significant impact to the resources under the water. So do we feel that that will be the same case for the Marine National Park, which is a coral reef? Or are we making some assumptions that would change the score? And if we are making assumptions to change the score, what are the assumptions? Anybody? Shall we? Do we agree to follow the score of 0 as per up here, or do we want to change the score to positive or negative, or what score do we want to give it? So now we are talking about containment and recovery.
Okay, 0 or 3 row. No, two first row.
What score? What score again?
0.
Okay, 0.
Okay, we can just make it easy, 0.
Yeah.
So again, submerged archaeological site, is that also a 0?
0.
Okay. Now we have shoreline sensitivities, the salt marsh, the turtle beach, and the island bird sanctuary. So again, we can take reference to what we have done up here. We have put a 1. Do you want to follow or do you want to change it?
Okay.
Do you want to?
Okay, follow.
Follow, yeah?
Follow, please. Yeah.
So as long as you understand why we are giving the scores, then that's the main point. Okay, let's talk about we don't have a lot of time left. I think we only have about 4 minutes. Let's talk about surface dispersion next. Do we want to follow the scores, or do you think it is any different?
Okay, follow faster, bro.
Follow. Okay, so what follow? Negative. So if we say that the Wreckers Reef is shallow, so Wreckers Reef will be 3, -2. And because we are doing dispersants, we can actually prevent we can actually prevent a lot of the shoreline impact to the salt marshes, the turtle beach, and the bird sanctuary. Okay. So again here, we are running out of time. So let me just follow first, and then I can talk to you about what the total scores mean. So for this, we will have 2. Okay, so just taking reference to what we have done on the general resource compartments here. So shoreline booming, it won't do anything for subsurface. Okay, so for shoreline booming, we assume that we are able to effectively do protection booming to the 3 shoreline sensitivities, which is this 3. Okay, so we've given them scores of 3. So just to draw to your attention, if you haven't noticed what this score is, what these scores are, relative impact mitigation score is actually a multiplication of Okay, basically your potential relative impact multiplied by your impact modification factor. And finally, this is basically an addition of all the scores here. So what you do is you are adding up all the scores. So this has the highest score. Second highest score, shoreline booming. Third highest score. And fourth highest score. So based on the numbers that we have put in, this is the tally of the scores. Okay. You would have remembered my colleagues talking earlier that first doesn't mean it is, first would suggest that it is the best, but it doesn't mean that you should only do focus on the first or focus on the first and second. You should really still consider all of them. But of course, this gives you some indication on which ones you should prioritize, which response strategies that you should prioritize. Any questions on this process? Or any comments about the way we have done it? Okay, ideally, we could spend more time talking about, going into more details.
Okay, it's fine.
It's fine? Okay.
Yeah, fine.
So yeah, we will talk about this this process a bit more when we go back into the main room. Unfortunately, we are out of time already.
Just one idea for the SIMA. It's based on the legal requirement of a country. So just share my experience in Vietnam side. So in case this incident happened in Vietnam, we cannot use the surface dispersion due to a nearshore incident. The second thing is we cannot use the in-situ burning. It's due to the legal don't permit you to containment and burn directly at site. So it means that you had only two options for shoreline booming and containment and recovery. That's all. I just share what I mentioned in Vietnam case.
That's correct. Yep. Yeah, that's correct. That's a very valid point, and it's very good to share as well. I would say the SIMA process is designed to work this way. So after we have got this course, then we start to consider, okay, which one is allowed? Are we allowed to do in situ burning? So then that becomes a barrier. Okay. So if it turns out that we're not allowed to do in situ burning, then maybe we will not consider in situ burning. But the idea is to first identify which are the preferred, which are going to be the best response strategies. Okay, and in terms of surface dispersants, where can you apply? Obviously, we don't apply in shallow water. Okay, these I would say these are operational considerations which we should consider after we have done SIMA. So I would still say that yes, we should go through this process. Okay, and then after that, considerations like operational considerations where we can or cannot do these response strategies. That will be the next step. The step after this, okay, because the idea is that we assess all of the response strategies as the first step, and we identify which are the best response strategies, which are potentially going to be the best response strategies. So that is the approach. That is the approach that we are trying to advocate for everyone to take here.
Matt, I think to add to that, what we always discuss and have in the discussions is the same point too, but we always mention that it really depends on when you are doing the SIMA. If you are doing the SIMA when you have the time, when you are doing the preparedness and contingency plan, then let's put the options, the tools there for you to choose. And then if it's really come out that surface dispersion is the best tool based on the SIMA process, then that could be something that we like to bring up and bring that up for the approval from the government. But on the other hand, if the SIMA process is being done during the response, during the the operation when you don't have the luxury of time, then definitely you want to take out all of the options that you know for sure that it won't be accepted by the government.
Yes. Yes, that's a good point as well. Are there any more questions about this process? Conscious that we may get pulled back to the main room at any time. But yeah, does everybody understand what we're trying to do here? What we're trying to do here and understand how we use the process?
Okay, to confirm the knowledge about the SIMA matrix templates, for the second stage, we just do the templates only. The next stage, we will combine with the legal requirement or all the conditions to make the decision. Is right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So it could be legal requirements are something that we have to deal with in a lot of the times. It could be that, for example, in situ burn is not allowed in many places around the world. It could be that you have assessed in situ burn to be one of the possible response strategies that you can use, but then you find that it's not allowed to use as a response strategy in the area that you're operating in. Then it could be that you don't continue to consider in situ burning. On the other hand, if you find that in situ burning is a effective response strategy, you may then use that as a justification to engage with the local government to perhaps apply for an exemption because you have assessed that in situ burning is a useful response strategy for that particular scenario and for that particular type of scenario with the kinds of resources that you have identified to be at risk from that scenario. So it can work both ways. So sometimes regulations, we can treat that as a barrier to effective response. But really what SIMA is trying to help us to do is to identify the effective response options. So once we identify the effective response options, we can then start to look at how we can overcome the barriers to us applying these effective response options. So regulations, yeah, sometimes we have to work around them. Sometimes they stop us from doing what we want to do. But sometimes we can use SIMA as a justification to apply for, an exemption. If we can address, if we can effectively manage and address the concerns of the government, which obviously has put in the regulations, for example, to say no in situ burning. So I would say there's two ways.
Excuse me. How about the response time factor in SIMA?
Response time.
Yeah, because in this situation, there is no response for in this country, so they have to require the outside support and take time, and maybe in the take several days for final approval from the government, and then I think the time window for you this person is not allowed. And how about
so response time, I would say that would be something you consider also after you have done SIMA. After you have done the SIMA process, you consider that after you've done the SIMA process. Looking at this specific scenario, okay, we expect that maybe the oil will come out. We don't know when the oil will come out, if the oil is going to come out at all. So I would say for this specific scenario, and given this SIMA result that we have come up with, we should still consider all of them. We should still consider all of these response strategies. Of course, we just be cognizant that maybe some of them will take longer to deploy. Okay, and again, that also highlights the importance of trying to do SIMA as much as possible. Do it when there is no spill. Do it when there is no oil spill risk. Do it when there is it's at total peacetime, what we call peacetime. There is no oil spill. Then the response times will not be such a big consideration because you have time to prepare. So use it as a way to assess how you prepare for oil spill.
KK from Nasot, I got an opinion like this. For SIMA process, with me, we have to consider the barrier, the fixed barrier, like legal. You can ban the legal. That's a fixed barrier you have to follow. The second barrier is operation condition. You have to ban. You could ban the operation condition. That's the flexible barrier. You have to consider two barrier, fixed barrier and flexible barrier. First, after that, you do the SIMA. The SIMA just focus on what response option we could deploy aside. This is what you mentioned just about the theory. The theory cannot apply in the operation side. We have to take care of all the, for example, the water depth. The water depth of the area, except for the containment or recovery, we have to care all these things first. If cannot do, don't put it into the SIMA. You understand what I'm saying? When the output of the SIMA is the best option, response option, you could do. So you have to care all the income.
If I can take this question, then going back to Matthew's comments on SIMA should be done, best to be done in the preparedness.
Planning section,
yes,
understand.
Yes, when planning sessions, then if you find that, okay, from the SIMA, the surface dispersion or let's say the containment and recovery is the best options, for example, and it is a shallow water area, then that would be the time we can consider what type of equipment, whether you can use the dinghy instead of a big boat to assist your operations, whether you can use a recovery device which is smaller in size and more effective in the shallow water depths rather than the offshore steamer and recovery booms. So the SIMA lay out the options and give us the options to take as a tool. However, how to implement the options is gonna be dependent on the tools that the equipment that you have, and it is more on the operational side.
No. The why I'm said my idea just because the planning session is very important issue. You have to take care very carefully when you do the planning, because you're planning good, the operation side follow, that's good. But if you just pay on the theory too much, and the planning will release the output that we have to do that, we have to do this, the operation department have to follow you, maybe it's not make a good operation, response operation. That's what I'm trying to say.
Everyone, this is Karen C, the Secretariat Coordinator of the PEMC Resource Facility. I would just like to remind everyone that all the other groups have already been back at the main room. Kindly wrap up.
Okay, everyone. Let's go back to the main room. So we click leave room. Okay, you should have a leave room button on your screen. So let's click leave the room, and then we will go back to the main room and join the rest of them.
Okay, I think everyone's back. So welcome back. So we will have a quick plenary of what you have done on the scenario. And so we will, to save on time, we will have assigned the groups already on the arrangement. So we will start with the Cambodia team, then followed by the Thailand team, and then the last team to present will be the Vietnam team. So for the Cambodia team, can we have Mr. Pala to have a quick discussion of what we have in our breakout room? Go ahead, Mr. Pala.
Yeah, very good morning to Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. I'm Pala from Cambodia. I represent to Cambodia team. We have discussed almost 1 hour. We complete only 2 response techniques due to our first times of doing this, and very difficult to understand. According to the scenario, it also not focus on the current and also the rate of wind. That's why we assume all high valuable resources is affected. So I will present one by one from the seabed. The impact is not significant because it's under the water. That's why the oil is above the surface. That's why it's not significant affected. Also low water column and also the upper water column is not. For upper water column is affected, moderate affected by the oils, because it is the crude oil and it is HFO oil. That's why it had to evaporate it. That's why we need response technique to clean it up. For the surface, it's highly affected by that air, because it is also evaporated. So air also have been affected by the that oil. And so soil line, if it reaches to the soil line without a response, it will highly affected as well. For we apply to the the high value resources for national park, it also high because it high because it can affect by the oil directly if it reaches to the national park. For the submerged, it affected very low affected because it's under the water. Some national dispersion without technical response also goes to the submerged signs. And the for Ramsar side and the rest, total beach, nature reserve, and flat island bird sanctuary, if the oil is reached to that side, the effect will be high as well. For we apply the containment and recovery. It did not affect to the 3 above, like seabed, lower water column, upper water column, because it's under the water. When we do that, it also not affected. For surface water, it can be affected like lower, minor affected. For air, it no affected at all, and for soil line, it's minor affected. For the highly value reserve, for the national park, it minor affected, and submerged is not affected because it's under the water, and the rest, Ramsar side, total beach, nature reserve, flat island bird sanctuary also minor affected because this is slowly recovery. Actually, in a huge amounts of oil spill, if we do only the containment and recovery, it will not highly effective at all because it huge amounts of oil. For the surface dispersion, surface dispersion, it will provide negative impacts to the three above, like seabed, lower water column, and upper water column, because when we use dispersion, the contaminant or toxicity will go to the below of the water, will go deeply to the under the water. That's why it can be affected by the that toxicity. For surface water, it will provide a positive or highly the major affected by that technique. Air also high, and soil line is also high as well, because it will stop the oil goes to that side. And for the high value resources, for the national park, it can be highly affected because it stop oil go reach to that place. And beside the contrastly, the submerged will be additional impacts, more impact, because when we apply the surface dispersion, our toxicity will go down to the water. That's why submerged will be affected highly. And Ramsar site, Turtle Beach Nature Reserve, and for bird sanctuary also affected, but positively, it highly affected by the surface dispersion. So in the total score, we got it. For the containment and recovery, we got only 24 score, but for the surface dispersion, we got 68. It shows that we can use like surface dispersion in order to clean up that HFO and cruise oil for design. So we choose that response technique for Cambodia. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Pala, for that. So I guess we just finished 2 response options. So that's great. So based on the 2, we have the surface use of surface dispersion as the response option with the higher score. So thank you for that. So next we go to Team Thailand. So Kun Suntari, please share your findings, and please focus on more on the high value risk resources rather than on the other resource compartment. Anyway, the answers to the high value, the other resource compartments are the same all throughout the teams. So please focus, Kun Suntari, on the high value resources, please. Go ahead, Kun Suntari.
Thank you for our team from Thailand. I will talking about what we consider and decide for high volume resources. The first one is Reef Marine National Park. We considered it may have a high impact from that, so we put 4 for that. The second one, for the submerged archaeological site, we think it may not be significant, so we have 1 score for this one. And for Ramsar site, it is some marshes. It is insignificant, but we think they are far away from the point of the incident. And for the Turtle Beach Natural Reserve, we think it may have a high impact if we do nothing for this one of the incident. And also the same as for the Flat Island Bird Sanctuary, we think it might have a high impact from the incident. And when we have considered about the strategy respond to this one. For about the containment and recovery, we think it's might good for Red Reef Marine National Park and also for the Turtle Beach Natural Reserve and Flash Island Sanctuary. And for the surface dispersant, we think it might affect to the Red Reef Marine National Park, and also it might affect to the Turtle Beach Natural Reserve and Flash Island Bird Sanctuary. And the subsea dispersant is not available for this case. So when we consider about the in-situ burning, we think it might be a good one. It will have a good for the Red Reef Marine National Park and may not impact for the submerged archaeological site, also the Ramsar site, and may have some good thing for Turtle Beach Natural Reserve and might have some bad impact to Flat Island Bird Sanctuary from the air quality. And for the last technique about the shoreline booming, we think it's not significant for the Red Reef Marine National Park, submerged archaeological site, and also the Ramsar site. And it might be good for Turtle Beach Natural Reserve, also good for Flat Island Bird Sanctuary. For the total score, we have the number of 28 for shoreline booming, 19 for in-situ burning, 7 for surface dispersant, and containment and recovery, it has 20 score. So the score number 1 for the technique from our group is shoreline booming. That's what we got from our discussion in Thailand group.
Wow, you finished everything. Thank you, Kun Suntali. Very good. Yeah, you can see the differences in the score already. We are looking at the same scenario, but the scoring itself, there are some differences. So it's interesting to note that, but I will reserve my comment on that and I'll get Matt to provide more information, provide more feedback on that matter. So the last but not the least, we have our Vietnam group. So Mr. Tua from NASOS, please share your results, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Long time no see you. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of NASOS and Vietnam group, I would like to say thank you, MC, GC, OSL, and all participants have joined this workshop. I think it's very useful, and I have the opportunity to meet all people in this very, very, very bad time of the pandemic, COVID-19. For my presentation, because we are based on the scenario with the limitation of the information, our group have to assume some information for this case. The first one, the oil spill will threat to all resources. The second one, the water depth at the coral reef submerged site is enough for deploy equipment response operation, for example, boom containment and dispersion. Next one, the response force could be mobilized from the neighboring country as soon as. And the last one, and the dispersion is on low to you in this area. And with above assumed condition, we have the ranking for the response operation. That is, the first one, we will take priority to deploy the surface dispersion operation. because in this area, the government allowed to use dispersion, and the water depth assumed enough, and the response from the neighboring country will come to the incident site in time, maybe one day. So this is the first choice, the first consideration when we choose the response operation. The second one, the solar booming, with the ranking 48 point. In this case, we have 3 areas: Ramsar site, Turtle Beach Nature Reserve, and Flash Island Bird Sanctuary. For 3 areas, is very, very high sensitive area and need to be take priority to protect. So in this case, if the oil spill, the oil leak cannot treat properly by the surface dispersion, we will do the next operation is the solar booming. And the third one, in situ burning option. In this case, if we have the proper equipment and vessel, we can carry out the in situ burning aside to prevent the oil leak risk the beach. And the last one, a containment and recovery. In this scenario, because there are two sensitive areas, that's Rip Marine National Park and submerged archaeological sites. And in this case, we take time to mobilize equipment from the outside. So I think after this, the last choice of our group is containment and recovery option. That's all. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Tua, for your reporting. Yeah, you could see again the differences on the scoring and the differences on the I would say the priority of response options being chosen after the scoring. But again, very good work to all of the participants on this exercise. I will call again to my colleague, Matthew. Matthew, what are your final thoughts about this plenary, and how did the teams, how the other teams fare on this exercise?
Yes, thanks, Norman. Allow me to share my screen again first, as I do have a few points to highlight, closing up. Okay, I think we had some very interesting discussions. I'm sure each of the 3 teams have had very interesting discussions. I think we can appreciate the shortage of time that we have as well, because we can really spend a long time discussing about this all day, really to try to come to a consensus among everyone in the group. And that's really the point behind SIMA. It's really a platform to get stakeholders into the same room and generate those discussions and conversations, and ultimately help the stakeholders to find the common ground and agree upon the best way forward, and agree upon the approach to use SIMA to help us to plan for an effective oil spill response. So that was my observation. I would like to say thank you to all the group leaders who have shared their results, and hopefully we have all gained an increased understanding of how the SIMA process can be used to supplement planning for an effective oil spill response, which is what SIMA process is for. I think what is evident from the sharing done earlier today by the different groups is that we can all come up with very different results given the same scenario. Okay, now this is not surprising to me, as the scenario that we have provided here today is a simplified scenario. In real life, we can appreciate that there will be many fine details that we will need to look into, which may help to influence the scores that we put into the SIMA process. And obviously, we would look to engage with local communities, local experts, people with that local knowledge, and of course, draw upon our own local knowledge as well, the people working and operating within each of the different countries within the region. Ultimately, it is for the stakeholders and the people with the local knowledge to take ownership of this process and use the SIMA process as a tool to have those discussions and to decide upon, which are the best response strategies in terms that you should consider for planning for the oil spill response. I would like to make a point about the ranking of response options. Just to clarify, you know that we see ranking scores being assigned to the response strategies. For example, one response strategy has the highest score as a first, another one comes in second, another one comes in third. I just want to clarify that that doesn't mean that we should consider the first one and then we consider the second one and then we consider the third one. It's not meant to be used that way. It is just telling us that which ones are most probably going to be the most effective, but we should still consider all the options, keeping all the options on the table. Okay, so that's a point to make. Another point would be to highlight the feature of SIMA is that it can be used as a tool to help seek regulatory approval for response strategies which may not normally be allowed in country. And a good example, I think a lot of us were talking about, is in situ burn as well. Surface dispersants is also a concern in some countries. Okay, but let's talk about maybe in situ burn. So SIMA is a process that perhaps, in the event that you've done the SIMA process, and in situ burn comes out as a high-ranking response strategy, which indicates that it is going to be a very effective response strategy for that particular scenario. Okay, in that kind of instance, the results from the SIMA process can be used as a tool to try to seek regulatory approval for in situ burn, specific to that scenario, obviously. So there might be a ban on in situ burn, but perhaps for this scenario, because of the results of the SIMA process that has come about by engaging widely with multiple stakeholders, SIMA process can be used as a tool to try to seek for approval for an exemption to be able to use in situ burn. Okay, just an example. So that is a feature of the SIMA process as well. And finally, a few other points which I would like to emphasize in closing for this exercise as a wrap up. Okay. Firstly, the SIMA process is scenario specific. So the SIMA process may be different for different scenarios that we apply it to. It can definitely be different for different geographical regions that we are considering the scenario to be in as well. I remember in our group, we were talking about the assumed water depth and how that translated to different scores for the impact of a no intervention response. So that is a good example. And it is particularly useful, the SIMA process is particularly useful for the writing of local oil spill response plans because it supplements the oil spill risk assessment process, which is a key component of any oil spill response plan. Okay, the next point, I've talked about local knowledge. Okay, again, it's extremely beneficial when identifying and recognizing the importance of local sensitivities. Obviously, with this fictitious scenario today, we are making a lot of assumptions, but in real life, it really draws attention. It is important to get to involving the local, engaging local knowledge and using our own local knowledge as well. And again, just a reiteration, my colleagues have talked about this before. The results of SIMA are qualitative and does not suggest how much better one strategy will be over another. Okay, and as ties up with my earlier point as well, that we should always keep all response options on the table after the SIMA process has been gone through. And this point, I think is important as well. As much as possible, all response strategies should be assessed before logistical and operational planning takes place. Okay, it is important to really weigh the benefits and drawbacks of each response strategy before we start talking about logistical and operational planning, and even regulatory considerations as well. So the SIMA process should be done for all response strategies. And finally, the best time to use SIMA is obviously when there is no oil spill risk or there is no oil spill. Obviously, if we are presented with a scenario like we are talking about here today in Tiba and Betina, where there's already a vessel being in a casualty position and being at risk of spilling oil, we are already operating on the back foot. So it really draws attention to, SIMA is a process that should be best done during peacetime when there is no oil spill, so that we are not operating under that time pressure, and we don't have to worry about how long it's going to take to mobilize resources, for example. Because if we do it in peacetime and we identify the response strategies that are going to be most effective against a particular scenario, we can then start to do preparedness to bring these resources within an acceptable and reasonable mobilization time to be prepared for a real scenario which may happen. And that's really the last point I would like to make. So with that, we have come to the end of the scenario exercise and also for the workshop today. I'd like to thank everybody for participating, and I shall now hand the time back to the moderator.
Thanks, Matt. Very good insights and summary. So can we just remind the participants to check your chat box? We have shared the link for you to answer some feedback or survey with regards to this workshop. So please have a look at that, and please answer the feedback. Thank you so much. And the last but not the least, right, the last portion of this workshop, may I request Kun Poripat to officially close the event.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Representative participants from Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, GIC, OSIL, and PMC, the Turkish delegates. On behalf of the Marine Department of Thailand, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all participants for actively sharing valuable information and experience, and during such comprehensive and constructive discussion throughout the workshop, exploring the potential use of NEBA and SIMA as tools for collaborative response to oil spill incident with inclusive approach and versatile applicability. The productive contributions of participants and appreciated how we shall monitor and apply appropriate follow-up actions on the feedback and recommendations repeatedly provided by distinguished participants to ensure the optimization of this NEBA and SIMA tool, which in turn shall further enhance GOT countries' preparedness and effective response to oil spill incident in this sub-region, a vital area and our mutual interest. Therefore, we have come to the conclusion that we had successful NEMA and SIMA workshop, engaging key local stakeholders effectively to prepare for and respond to an oil spill incident. I am pleased with the outcome and working well together of 3 participant countries, and in addition to it, friendship and solidarity in the region have been fostered throughout the workshop today. Finally, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude and sincere thanks to the organizer and co-organizer of this workshop, namely OSIL, GIC, and PERMC, for hosting this significant workshop, which helps strengthen GOT cooperation, providing valuable information and constructive approach to the GOT country. I also would like to express my sincere thanks to the delegated staff who have worked tirelessly for this workshop. I also wish all participants and your beloved family good health and safety from COVID-19 pandemic. I am looking forward to further cooperation activity and development. And I also wish to have the opportunity to meet all of you in person as well in the normal situation after finish the COVID-19. Welcome to Thailand, everyone, if have the chance. Now may I declare this workshop closed. Thank you very much all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kun Polipat. So that marks the end of our workshop. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and participation in this workshop. Please do answer the feedback survey, and we hope to see you in person soon. But until then, please keep yourselves and family safe and well. Have a good evening, everyone.
Yes, thank you very much. Bye bye. Healthfully and safety.
Bye all.
Very much, DDG. Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you, Kumbun. Mr. Shen.
Mr. Shen.
Bye bye, everyone. Thank you for the participation.